Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the November meeting of the Audit, Compliance, and Risk Management Committee. As chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under State Government Ethics Code to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. I will now ask Mr. McClure to call roll.
Chair Patel.
Here.
Vice Chair Allison.
Here.
Mr. Allen.
Here.
Dr. Jones. Mr. Kalapa. Ms. Lloyd. Mr. Pryor.
Here.
Mr. Turner.
Here.
Ms. White.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our only item on the agenda this morning is the annual review and approval of the charters of the Office of Internal Audit and the Audit, Compliance, and Risk Management Committee. Chief Audit Officer Dean Weber is here to present this item. Mr. Weber.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your attendance here at today's session. As Committee Chair Patel alluded to, it's a brief agenda item, but nonetheless it's very important because this document that we'll be talking about today established the foundational governance structure for the objectives of this committee with relationship to internal audit, as well as the supporting and outlining the parameters for the operation of the Office of Internal Audit. Together, these charters define the roles, the responsibilities, and the expectations for internal audit here at Chapel Hill. By approving these charters, we ensure alignment with best practices and provide a solid internal audit governance framework for the university in the execution of internal audit work. Before we dive into the charters themselves, I wanted to start with the IA standards guiding the internal audit operations. The foundation of our approach is the global internal audit standards instituted and promulgated by the Institute of Internal Auditors. These standards set the benchmark for internal audit practices worldwide, so globally. They define the optimal relationship between the Board of Trustees, senior management, and the internal audit function. Our charters are designed to align with the IA standards, ensuring optimal compliance and promoting collaboration among all the parties involved in the process. Let's take a moment to look at the specific domain within the standards that focuses on governance. This is domain 3 of the standards. It comprises 3 critical principles, the first being authorization by the board. Principle 7 talks about positioned and being positioned independently, and Principle 8 talks to the parameters of governance and being overseen by the board. These principles ensure that the internal audit function has the authority, the independence, and the oversight necessary to operate effectively and with appropriate objectivity. Next, I'd like to just speak briefly about each of the 3 principles. Principle 6 emphasizes the board's role in granting authority to the internal audit function. This includes approving charters, work plans, budgets, and internal audit resources. It also ensures that the Chief Audit Officer reports to a level within the organization that supports independence and provides unrestricted access to records, data, and personnel necessary to complete our work. Opportunities for periodic check-in conversations with the Chief Audit Officer are also addressed. This affords the ability to discuss any potential concerns that may come up periodically throughout the course of the year. Principle 7 addresses independence. The board supports this by maintaining a direct functional reporting relationship with the Chief Audit Officer. This includes affirming the hiring and termination decisions around my role and providing guide rails in safeguarding the Chief Audit Officer against any impairment of independence in completing the work we do. Independence is really essential in our role. It affords the objectivity and credibility to our audit work and our recommendations that we bring forward. Lastly, let's review the board's oversight responsibilities under Principle 8. Following Principle 8, it's important for the board to share strategic perspectives with the Chief Audit Officer to help set the priorities and the work plan that we follow throughout the year. This principle also establishes expectations for communications, ensuring that audit operations are adequately funded, and collaborating with us on our quality assurance reviews that are completed. Additionally, it's important for the board to review internal audit performance objectives to ensure continuous improvement. And I try to accomplish this through information that's shared each year within our annual report, providing outcomes and highlights of activities of the Office of Internal Audit, and benchmarking our work against defined standards that we've set for ourselves. Now that we've covered these three principles, I just wanted to summarize what this means for UNC. The two charters presented today formalize governance and support for the university's internal audit operation. They reflect UNC's strong partnership among the trustees, the senior management, and the audit leadership. This collaboration ensures compliance with the global standards and enables effective audit operations to occur here at the university. I think we're fortunate that we have a good working relationship among all parties involved, and it's reflective of the work and the support that audit receives in doing our job. Both charters presented for your approval today contain no changes. If you'll recall, last year the charters were significantly updated when the IAA instituted and published the new global standards. So at that time, we kind of did a fresh look and retake on the wording within our documents. So with that, I'll close with a quick thank you and open the floor if there's any questions prior to considering a motion to approve the charters.
Any questions for Mr. Weber?
This is Ramsey. I actually had a question.
Go ahead, Trustee White.
Dean, thank you so much for all of this information and all of the questions that you continually answer for us. I'm very appreciative. And I don't really know if my question is for you or just in general. Is there a place in the charter where it would be helpful for us to address the review date when you're going through the audit plan? I know that there's like an estimated implementation date, but then as your department does the good work, going back to what the management recommendations are, sometimes that date is changed. Would there be an opportunity for us to know about that and maybe even have to take a vote or talk about changing implementation dates when that happens?
Thank you for that question. You raise a good point. I believe what you're referring to are when we do an audit report, we issue findings and recommendations, and then management comes back to us at the conclusion of the engagement. We partner with them in defining a timeline for their implementing the management corrective actions. That is incorporated within our tracking. And with the new global standards now, that's also required to be identified in the report. You might notice the tagline at the bottom of each finding now. We say who's responsible for implementing the management action plan and the due date when it's expected to occur by. So we track that, and as those dates come due within our tracking system, ideally within that quarter that they become due is the optimal time for our office to step aside from some other work that we're doing during some free time and go out and follow up with that client and say, hey, were you able to do what you hoped to do, right? And then they give us information, we review the details. If they did, we close it. We'll close the finding, either indicating that it's closed and it's been implemented, or we also sometimes note, rarely, it's an alternative process where what they thought was going to work didn't work, and then they implement something else. That's only occurred really, I think, once here during my tenure over the last 6 years, but it can occur. I think what Trustees White is referring to is the instance when we come back and they say, hey, look, we didn't get to it, and we need another 2 months, 6 months, a year to get this done. There's not currently a process in place for us to communicate that back to this committee. We can certainly do that, and I think that's good for awareness for the committee because it kind of does two things. It ensures you that these items are being worked. And quite frankly, it also gives me a little credibility in going back to the client and saying, hey, look, the audit committee is looking at this and this isn't happening. So are you going to do it? Are you still able to do it, right? So we can engage in that type of conversation. So thank you for bringing that up. I think that's something, not sure if it needs to be updated in our charter, but it's a business practice that I can certainly implement within our processes here when I provide information back to this committee.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you, Dean. Trustee Godus?
Thanks, Dean. Always thorough. Do we have enough resources to manage the federal and state compliance element that has become kind of a greater issue over the last year or so? Making sure that we're complying with federal regulations, Department of Education, and state regulations. Because when you look back at things like SFFA or the potential risk of violating federal standards and the risk to our funding, that would seem to me to be one of the greatest risks that we need to manage. So going back to the board's role, do you have the appropriate resources, both in terms of staffing and staff expertise, to address those issues?
Thank you. You raise a good question. And you'll likely have interest in an audit engagement that's in our work plan this year. And we've just, in fact, kicked off our planning on it. And that's compliance with external higher education regulations. So there's an organization called the Higher Education Compliance Alliance. If you go out to their website, it provides really good information and an overview of all the compliance elements that a university needs to follow. It's a lot. It's voluminous. They follow, there's items that you need to follow, and then there's also items that you need to publish information on, and then there's also items that you need to externally report on, right? So our review that we're working on right now is going to be first just looking at that external reporting component. So of the laundry list of items that we're required to report on, meaning a written report going out and sharing information externally, we're going to check and see that that's being done. It's the first time that we're doing this here at Chapel Hill. It's going to be hard to say. I expect we're doing everything as we should, but there's sometimes things that can slip through the cracks. And we do have a decentralized compliance environment here at the university where compliance is housed out in the units. So I felt that was important and was a high risk this year for our audit work plan to take a look at that so we could have a better ability to answer the question that you raised today, giving more perspective around how good a job we're doing in meeting that. With regard to resources, I know it's tight budgetary times, and we are staffed, but it may be carving out additional time, depending on the outcome of this, to focus additional efforts maybe in that avenue, maybe taking away from something else. I'm working within the parameters that we have for our funding, and I realize that's the university at large, higher education at large right now. So it's a good question, but that's where we are.
As a follow-up to that, again, we're talking about maybe a $1 billion risk factor if we're not in compliance.
Right.
Maybe you could look at, report back what you might need in order to solve that problem. And then also in the reporting structures, could we get a follow-up report maybe on the reporting structures of the different compliance and how they report up or who they report up to? Because that would seem to fall under our governance and audit function as well.
Yes, certainly. I marked that down. That's something we can definitely incorporate into this review. We can provide some good background information on the existing structure here at UNC, the offices that we were evaluating as part of our audit, and how those report and funnel up. I know there is some centralized oversight within the Office of Chief Counsel now, which is good and provides some structure over it. But this will give us an opportunity to further evaluate the governance of that, as well as the relationships between the decentralized compliance up to sharing information with the central compliance.
Any other questions? No. Dean, I like the idea of putting just part of the business process, sort of the follow-up on the recommendations that are out there. And the fact that we're trying to do it within the quarter, it makes sense. There is a time frame in there where whichever departments in the process of following up on the audit, if there is an extension needed, I think just put it on there, and then we can just make it part of the regular reporting out. So thank you.
Yes, we'll definitely incorporate that. A good suggestion.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the charters? A second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like signs. Motion carries. That is the only action item we had in the agenda that was sent out. There was additional information, but because of our full agenda today, Dean will not be able to present that to us. It's the UNC System's top 25 risk register that the system requires each institution to have, and then the status updates on the 5 high-risk items that we have on our campus. Dean is here. If anybody has any specific questions, he is able to answer If not, please do reach out to him after this, so if you've had a chance to review the information that's in the packet, and he'll be more than happy to get back with you. So if there are any specific questions, Dean's here to answer those based on the presentation that was sent out. Okay. Hearing none, there's no further items for the committee's consideration. We will adjourn with... Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot, I apologize. The charter, this item will be placed on the full board's consent agenda for approval tomorrow. Now, with no further items for the committee to consider, we will adjourn without objection.
Morning, everyone, and welcome to the November meeting of the Committee on Budget, Finance, and Infrastructure. As chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflicts of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. Hearing none, Mr. McClure, if you'll please call the roll.
Chair Cotis.
Here.
Vice Chair Pryor. Here. Mr. Allen. Here. Mr. Allison. Here. Mr. Blaine. Here. Mr. Bryan. Mr. Kalapa. Mr. Meekins. Here. And Mr. Turner. Here. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great. Our first item of business is to review several items on the committee's consent agenda for approval this morning. I'll read the list now, which includes approval of the minutes of September 24th, 2025. I hope you all like the format of that. We've modified that, so we've added a lot more detail, including some quotes and video links back in. Endowment Fund Annual Report, Advanced Planning Spending Authority, Burnett Womack BSL3 Suite Expansion, Advanced Planning Spending Authority increase for the new residence hall, designer selection for Parker and Teague Halls, demolition and replacement, Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center addition and renovation, Lenore Hall HVAC controls and air handling units 1 through 7, Lenore Hall roof replacement, Bernard Hall first floor improvements. Having read the materials listed on the consent agenda, is there any item that needs to be moved to, if you'd like a particular item removed? If you have a couple of just minor questions, we can have Mr. Knuffman answer that as well. Trustee Blaine.
This may not be the appropriate time and we can move it to later, but just as it relates to these designer selections, I wondered if those of y'all that are serving on the committee that's aiming to streamline our construction process and get our construction costs more in line with private sector costs, have any updates or if you've been able to implement any of that stuff?
Yeah, the process has not changed yet. We've identified some issues in how that process works, but we still currently have to follow the state law on that. So there will be some things that we'll request changes to, but given the way that it's working, I was encouraged in the discussion, and Trustee Patel can comment as well, but you have a very thorough team going through the process. They're looking at this, but again, it's wonky because it's complying with the state standard, which requires you do the RFQ, pick the most qualified, then negotiate the fee. You don't really, the way that the costs are explained, and then the construction manager at risk, all of that we can't change yet, but we're identifying the problem, and then I would like for us to request a change to that process so that we can improve it.
Just to follow up, after the meeting, I did sit in on both the selection committee meetings for Parker Teague. Even though we can't do anything with the process at this point in time, I am very encouraged to see the thoroughness that's in the process itself. And the team that goes through and vets each company and looking at the options, whether cost savings, I mean, in the actual work itself, outside of all the external factors, I think the right questions are being asked to come up with the best solution, I think. Now, if we can make their jobs easier on things they could get out of their way, I think that'll get even better.
Are there any other questions about the consent agenda items? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve all items listed. Trustee Pryor, and then second by Trustee Allison. Any discussion or debate? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? The motion carries. Our next item of business is an approval request for the transfer to the University of the endowments distribution from the investment fund. Vice Chancellor Knopfman is here to present this item. Mr. Knopfman.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Kotis. This item is available for your consideration. It's the annual acceptance of the transfer to the University of the endowment distribution from the investment fund. In your materials, you'll see some history, a 5-year history on that trend. You'll also see the breakdown of restricted versus unrestricted funds, the bulk of which are restricted. There is about $8 million of unrestricted dollars, and you can see the allocation, again, in your materials. I do want to note the Board of Trustees of the Endowment Fund did approve this distribution and this allocation on October 23rd. And again, this is for your approval. I will note also in the 5-year trend, you'll notice a lot of consistency in the dollars and in the allocation. So there's really not movement year to year. You can see over that time period, the balance, the one area that kind of fluctuates some year to year is the Chancellor's Fund in that area, where there's just a little bit of dollars that are moving back and forth. Happy to address any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Knopfman on this item?
I actually have a question. And I know
Trustee
I
White?
asked a question, at the last meeting about the EAF, the endowment administrative fee. Where does that show up in the documents that you presented to us today? Is that the POG fund?
The endowment administrative fee that you're referencing, currently it's 100 basis points, and that's really to cover administrative costs associated with the endowment, and all those dollars support development. Those are not captured here on this. This is actually just a distribution. So when you think about the dollars that flow to the university from the endowment, you have a fee that you're referencing, Trustee White, where those dollars are the administrative fee that helps support development. There's also a distribution on that principal that is invested over time, and those are allocated to the university. And this is the portion that's allocated or distributed, that distribution, typically in the 4 to 5% range of the endowment value that is distributed to the university for expenditure. And so that's how you're seeing in front of you how the allocation of the expenditure would flow.
Got it. And is there any talk of changing the basis points for the endowment administration fee?
There is. It's not uncommon in higher ed to contemplate increases in that fee when thinking about a new campaign and financing the development staff necessary to help increase fundraising. We're having some active conversations on that. That would be an action by the CHIF board that would drive that, and we've started to have some engagement with that board on what that might look like. Again, part of that overall strategy to help finance the next chapter in our fundraising.
Got it. Thank you. I think that would be information that would be interesting for this board to just understand what's going on and what's being decided. I know other schools are talking about gift tax, and I don't know if that's something that we're thinking about, but I think all of this would be interesting information for us to have.
Yeah.
As a follow-up to Trustee White's question, on this $109 million where we need to approve this transfer, why is it only this 109 and not necessarily the development, or what parts of the transfers into the university are board approved versus just simply CHIF approved?
Yeah, so this reflects the distribution to the university for university-wide endowments. So you've got the endowment and foundation, those dollars that are really institution-wide. You also have dollars that are individual foundations invested in the investment fund that are associated with schools. Those individual schools and distributions go directly to those units, and so they don't flow through here for allocation within the university.
And centralized development, the centralized development fee,
The fee itself is set by the Chapel Hill Investment Fund Board. However, you do see the dollars associated with that. That's the primary vehicle that provides the budget for the development operation. So the roughly central development, I'm going to use rough numbers, but about a $35 million budget, of which I want to say about $32 million is coming from that endowment administrative fee. And so when we go through the all funds budget process and this board approves that level for the development operation, that is that component of the endowment administrative fee and how that's used to finance their operations.
maybe if we get just a follow-up from legal with a little bit of clarification about what our statutory duties are and our oversight authorities are on the endowment and the funds coming in from CHIF.
Sure.
Is there do I hear a motion to approve the tuition and fee proposal, or is there any further discussion? I'm sorry, not tuition and fees. The CHIF distribution.
I'll move it. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business is an approval request for the proposed academic year 2026-2027 tuition and fees. Mr. Knuffman.
Thank you. So each year we bring to you recommendations on tuition and fee for the next academic year. Here you can see where we are at in that process. So again, a fairly lengthy process. We started on campus over the last couple of months, have had our tuition fee advisory task force and our student fee advisory subcommittee working on these recommendations. Of course, we're in the November box where we're bringing that forward for your consideration today. After action by this board, we would then submit this to the system office in early December. The Board of Governors would consider during the January-March timeframe and make final decisions at that point in time. I wanted to start, before getting into the individual recommendations, just with some context around affordability and where our tuition sits. So first, within the system and here at UNC-Chapel Hill, an incredible commitment to affordability, just listing some of the policy actions that have happened in the last 5 to 10 years aimed at affordability. So one, guidance, we have not been able to even consider a tuition increase. We've held tuition for undergraduate residents flat since 2017. We also have a fixed tuition program. So a cohort that comes in is guaranteed that tuition rate for residents for 8 consecutive semesters. We obviously, in our policy, we are required to stay in the bottom quartile. We are very much in that bottom quartile when you look at our public peer set. The way we price tuition internally, this doesn't get as much attention, but the Board of Governors and the system office went through and revisited this just several years ago. There's a cap on tuition charging at 12 credit hours. Above that, you can continue to take credit hours and not be charged, so incentivizing, and again, affordability. And lastly, just in terms of how we are able to think about aid, there's a cap at 15% in terms of taking tuition dollars and moving that for need-based aid. Beyond that, on the fee side, there is a statutory cap of 3% for mandatory student fees cumulatively and what they can do year over year. So a lot of policy at the state level and the system level aimed at protecting our affordability. Here you can see just over time, since 2017, again, when you look at the bottom of this chart, you see, one, our undergraduate resident tuition, flat. You see that flat line. You see fees have not, even though we've been allowed to increase up to 3% every year, we've actually remained relatively flat. We actually have declined a little bit and then popped back up a little bit. And you'll remember that's in the context of supporting a new campus rec and wellness center, which we'll talk about more in a minute. You can see what's happened with inflation. Undergrad non-resident tuition's been up, and then you can see median household income, again, up significantly over that time. Again, just putting in context, our pricing for university here in terms of our tuition versus, income or inflation over that period. Again, a finer point on inflation. You can see on the undergraduate resident tuition, again, flat since 2017, but those are gross dollars. When you really think about the real dollar impact of that, that's actually a decline over that time period. So that really is equivalent to almost a $5,367 charging at this point in time. On the non-resident side, we have had some increases, a little bit more aggressive here more recently. Again, that's a reflection of us trying to be more competitive with our peers. When you look at it on a real basis, we're almost flat relative to where we started in 2017. So the tuition guarantee, the way this works, and again, I think it's worth noting, if we were to contemplate for a resident undergrad an increase in 26-27, that's only going to apply to the incoming class. So the 25 class, and I'm looking at that second bar, the 25 class would not be impacted. The 24 class would not be impacted, 23 class would not be impacted. So again, you're only going to apply that to the incoming class. Through one lens, you might say that's not generating very much dollars. Of course, if you look over the time and you look out over the 4 years, you start to see how that raising that base starts to generate dollars more over that time period. So one key consideration in thinking about tuition and fees each year is just the system office guidance to us and what it allows us to consider. So again, stringent language around fees only if they're critical. Again, we've got that statutory cap of 3%. On the tuition side, the biggest change this year is allowing us for the first time in several years to be able to consider an undergraduate resident increase up to 3%. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and walk through what our recommendations are in each of these areas. So we'll go through a fee recommendation, undergraduate resident, tuition increase recommendation, undergraduate non-resident. On the graduate side, there's two components on the graduate tuition. There's the campus-based tuition, that base tuition that's applied to every graduate student. Then there's the school-based tuition on top of that really differentiates by program. Lastly, we'll go through the housing and dining rate recommendations. So first, on fees, we are proposing a continuation of the strategy we put in place this past year, which really contemplated using our 3% capacity to finance a new rec and wellness center. And so you see a proposal to use that $53 in capacity, again, to continue that plan. I do think it's important, even with that increase, we are still by far the lowest fee level within the system by even more than $350. In terms of what to expect, this is year 2 of a 4-year plan. So we expect to be putting this in front of you again next year and the following year. And again, the idea being we have gone through and assessed what our rec and wellness center looks like. It's outdated, it's overcrowded, we're undersized relative to our peers. There was an urgency with which to take action, and so that's why that is in motion. So that's the fee increase recommendation. I want to go ahead and move to tuition. So on the tuition side, first, looking at undergraduate resident tuition. Again, we talked about the policy pieces with fixed tuition, limiting it just to new students. We are recommending a 3% tuition increase, which is equivalent to $211 per year. Again, when you look at, you can see what that $211 looks like. Here, you're looking at $264. This is tuition and fees. So the $211 on tuition plus the $53 on the fees. But you can see where that places UNC-Chapel Hill relative to our peer set. Again, very much at the bottom of that peer set. We've, again, important points to note, only applies to incoming class. 2, you can see the comparative where it places us. 3, I think it is important just to note the broader context. You know, we have a $70 million reduction plan in place for the university. This is some of the counterbalance around that, is looking at our revenue options and our revenue levers. They're fairly limited at the institution to try to take advantage of them, even if they're relatively small in terms of dollars. We believe it's important to be able to try to look at that from a counterbalance. The other point, we've had within the system, this comes at a time when, as part of performance funding, we have $7 million net recurring dollars were put into the performance pool, distributed. Also, it comes at a time when we're not able to get a state budget and did not get enrollment funding to the campus. So again, these dollars are important to the institution, and I think those are important considerations around
Mr.
that.
Chair, can I ask a question? Thank you. Nate, that raises a question in my mind. So kind of tying what we're talking about here for resident and non-resident tuition increases, but also taking into consideration this issue around the performance funding that we talked about last time. How do we know, or is there any assurance that we can have that the tuition increases that we might make here, which affect our students and their families, that those dollars won't end up going off of our campus through an increase in this transfer through performance funding? That's really the primary concern that I have when we talk about this, because all the market data makes sense to me. I understand inflation, everything else, but that's really the main concern I have in all of this.
It's a very fair point, a very fair consideration for us. I do think, my understanding is there's not continued interest in revisiting how we're funding performance funding moving forward, that was the end of that discussion for that period of time. And so, yes, UNC-Chapel Hill, we did burden. I think our burden was comparatively high. I think of the $30 million pool, we put in $12 million. We got some back, but the net impact to us was $7 million. But I believe that is I have not heard any conversation around revisiting that or that continuing in the future.
So just to follow up then, when you say no conversation around revisiting, does that mean revisiting not just the concept but the number as well? Because one thing I worry about is, does the net 7 become, we do this and it becomes net 10, then net 12, then net 15, and we're putting costs on the back of our students and families that goes to another campus. That's really what I have a lot of angst about.
Yeah, again, I'm not aware of any conversation about the number or any of that changing. I do think it's fair, when we submit materials to the system and the board for consideration, we can note in our package that we really believe strongly that these dollars need to stay at the campus, and could certainly try to clarify that, or even go as far as thinking about contingency. But that certainly we could talk about some caveats around that and put some considerations around it.
Nate, on this chart about the tuition comparison with peers, NC State's number, is that their number currently?
Yes.
So they will be considering the same thing we are considering right now, so that could potentially be up 3% or whatever it is.
That's correct.
Okay.
If I can share a point, at the Association of Student Governments, we talked about this at the last meeting that we had at UNC Pembroke. In most of their committees seem to be moving towards a 3% increase. We talked about how their tuition committees were doing, and there was almost a general consensus in the room that all their campuses were going with the 3% increase to their board of trustees. So that just kind of throwing that. And yeah, I'll share some points with the out-of-state increase, but.
Vice Chancellor Knuffman, how much is the rec center going to cost?
$120 million is what we have authority for.
And when will groundbreaking be?
We've paused a little bit right now, and we'll actually talk about this later today in the context of the campus master plan and update on just what's happening there. There's a lot of activity on the Stadium Drive corridor, and so we recognized we had some projects moving independently, but there was some intersection between these, and they needed to be coordinated. And so we are looking at a stadium plan, really trying to make sure there is, it has the benefit of a master planning for that corridor. It's so important to us. So it's paused a little bit.
And and how long will that pause be?
We expect to have that plan done by early next year.
So we're not even going to consider groundbreaking on a new rec center until 2027?
We have done some design work, so it's not that there isn't design work going on. I'd have to revisit with the team on exactly what that would look like.
So we approve these tuition increases supposedly in part for a rec center that isn't going to break ground till you don't know when?
We have a designer under contract. We're looking at some pieces. We just feel it is really important to make sure we're coordinated. I mean, you have infrastructure. We have 2 residence halls there, a lot of students living in that corridor. We have all kinds of intersection with roads, with utilities in that area, different projects. Think there will be some benefit longer term to the campus. I recognize the sensitivity, though, in terms of charging students more for this in the interim and not moving. We want to move as quickly as we can on breaking ground.
To clarify, Mr. Knopfman, I want to say in one of the presentations we received a while back that there was a plan to upgrade equipment and do some other things more immediately so that the students would have the benefit of that earlier on without having to wait for the complete renovation. Is that still the plan?
There's a range of things being considered, one of which is that like there's a possibility of using some of the dollars to upfit our current SRC and then the student rec center, and then contemplate using the majority of the dollars to actually build new capacity, right? And so the retrofit and the improvements could happen on a quicker time frame, potentially.
And one follow-up question. I talked about groundbreaking, that obviously you have to start, but under the current processes that we have with state government now and the time it takes for government to build anything, what is your best guesstimate on when students will be able to enjoy the new rec center? How long will it take to build?
Two years.
One final question. I've been on this board 2 years. We've been talking about it for 2 years. I don't know how long you've been talking about it before I was on it.
I can appreciate that it feels like it is taking some time. We have every interest in moving this forward, but we want to do this in a way that benefits from thinking about that whole corridor. We're going to get one chance to do this. They'll have a lot of impact. It's very central to the campus. I do think the point you just raised, the campus has been talking about being undersized in that area for more than a decade, and I'm appreciative that we have taken this on and come up with a funding strategy and been able to move this forward. I do think part of the challenge, just broader context, has been this. A lot of system schools were able to move forward. The primary financing vehicle is a student fee. There was not a 3% statutory cap on student fees until 2017. A lot of system schools pushed right there at that in the 2015, 2016, 2017 timeframe, even afterwards, put big fee increases in place to finance big student rec centers, and were able to move forward. we really, the timing is not ideal, because we got caught with that 3% statutory cap. We've had to be creative even coming up with this 4-year plan where we're using it over time, which creates the sensitivity you're talking about, which is we're charging incrementally over time to build up the ability to service that debt. But that's part of the challenge.
But Nate, you're going to get a 4-year commitment, basically. If we approve all this, why can't you leverage that? I mean, you're not going to wait till you get 4 years worth of money to start. You just said you're going to start as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So it's not a money problem. You can borrow the money on the money that we're showing you that you're going to have.
I think the issue, just to follow up on that, is the 3% cap. And so if you're trying to build up to enough money to service the debt, you have to do the $53 now, the $53 next year, and compound it up until you get to $200 and some dollars in order to service the debt on the rec center when it's complete. Is that?
That's correct, and there's approval requirements. So at the beginning, we have to be able to show that 4-year plan to the system office and the Board of Governors for approval to show that entire ability to service that debt over time. So part of the challenge was being able to get comfort. It's always a sensitivity asking governing boards to tie the hands of future governing boards in future years. And so that's not been something that's been typical.
And also, as a clarification, you have debt service that has been retired over time that's paid for previous improvements that benefit students now that they aren't paying the current debt service on. Former students paid the debt service on that, and then they got the benefit of it. So I know it's a little bit of a wonky system, but it's designed to show enough revenue to pay for that debt service that's needed.
Correct.
But then as you have other things come off, you have a chance to reduce that debt service fee or look at other areas where you can reduce costs like tuition or other sections that reduce that burden on the students too.
Yeah, going back to the project on the wellness center, and I think some concerns I've had. I talked with Vice Chancellor Amy Johnson, Student Affairs, way back in the semester about the project and the student input that was going to come into this. We had talked about a period for student input that was going to be really relevant to the project, asking students what they would like to see in this project, so it's modeled after student needs. And so I'm wondering, when is this going to happen? Then I think there was some confusion as to when the project was actually going to start, and then that got delayed, so I don't really have a timeline on like when the student feedback period will happen, because it was my impression that we're supposed to announce a project this semester. The students, like, we're going to get a new wellness center. It's time to get student input. We're preparing to design this center. Do you have a timeline if that's going to happen, when that will occur? Because I do think that students are asking, there's a fee, we're going to get a new wellness center. How do I share what I want to see in this new big investment?
Yeah, everyone's really excited about the prospect of, this is core to the student experience. That's why we made a big push. That's why we really worked with the system office on what is an innovative way to fund this and get to that place. Again, I can't speak to the expectations around why there's thought that we were going to announce on a certain timeline. That's not something that really that I'm aware of. What I think is most important is that this is coordinated and thoughtful and strategic in terms of how we think about that corridor and how it fits in. And so, again, we're working on this master plan for that corridor. I think it will really improve our ability to be coordinated in how we're moving a bunch of projects together. You'll see this much more clearly later on today when we look at the series of projects in that area. I think when you step back, you'll be, it's actually, it's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of activity in that corridor. And so we just really need to be thoughtful about that.
While the project's delayed, what's done with the student fee revenue you're accumulating? Is it put to other uses, or is it escrowed, or?
It's held for the project itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I know you have more presentation to go through.
I do.
Mr. Kaufman, and some of that may answer some questions that people may have as well.
So that's resident tuition. I want to move to undergraduate non-resident tuition. Again, you remember the lengthy conversations we've had on this in the past, and our goal, which is really to catch up to our peers. To that end, we are recommending a 10% tuition increase. You can see here where that puts UNC-Chapel Hill relative to our peer set. So again, UNC-Chapel Hill, the bottom light blue line, you can see the peer average without us, which is that lighter green line, and then you can see really the top 5 publics, which is really more the peer set that we most closely identify with, and where we're trying to close that gap. You'll remember last year we put a 10% increase in place. We contemplated actually in future years being more in the 7% range, and we believe that would help us close that gap with those top 5 publics. They've actually been more aggressive in their pricing in that time period, and so we revisited that 7% plan, had a very spirited discussion about this within the Tuition Fee Advisory Task Force, and I think a lot of considerations around 7 versus 10. I think everybody identified with the goal. There was some sensitivity around increasing up to 10 from some of the committee. I think overall, though, the recommendation was to still do the 10, recognizing that we need to close that gap, and many feel very strongly we have an obligation to do that. Just given our constitutional directive in the state to be able to price more competitively with the market. And so that's why you see that recommendation here in front of you.
If you have the answer, somebody does. Of the 85,000 almost applications that we had, what was the breakdown in-state, out-of-state on that?
I believe there's over 60,000
Out-of-state?
non-resident applications. So, I appreciate you raising that point. I do think it's an important consideration around this. The increase we put in place for this fall has not impacted demand.
That was my point. I think I've been saying it for 4 years now that I've been on here. The demand, it's an economic question. It's supply and demand, and the demand's out there. And we're providing the supply, so we have the opportunity.
Thank you for going to 10.
So that's non-resident tuition recommendation. And here, again, this is where, with that 10% increase, where it puts UNC-Chapel Hill relative to our public peer set. I'd like to move now to graduate campus-based tuition. Again, this is the base tuition charge for graduate education. We are not recommending a change to that. We are recommending changes to school-based tuition. So historically, we have often favored more differential at the graduate level through the school-based tuition proposals. Here you can see kind of the starting place. If you look to the right-hand table, you'll see our graduate tuition, where we are at for resident basis, almost 13,000, how that compares to our peers, and then our non-resident base, and how that compares to our peer set. Again, not recommending a change there. When we think about school-based tuition, however, that's the differential on top of that campus-based. We consider a range of factors, and these are all required by the system office process and system policy. So we look at the needs within the school, the value proposition. We do look at debt and what that debt burden looks like over time, compared to peers, and make sure the dollars are market-based. And then finally, we make sure there's a differential for North Carolina residents. What we have 3 different schools recommending increases. That's the School of Government, Law School, and Eshelman School of Pharmacy. We'll walk through each of those in detail. Before we do that, I do want to just spend a minute on that differential idea. So we typically see dollar increases that are either flat in dollars. It might be the same dollar amount for a resident and a non-resident. What that means is sometimes the percentage looks much higher for a resident compared to a non-resident. That's not, it's important to put that in the context. That's not overburdening the resident. The starting point, there's still a very big differential. If you look at the blue portion of that bar, you can see the starting point on campus-based tuition for all graduate students. The resident tuition is much, much lower than non-resident. So even if you had an equal amount of school-based tuition added on top, on a percentage basis, yes, it'd be higher on the resident side. You can still see a meaningful differential between residents and non-residents. Again, that's important just to think about, because sometimes schools will prefer the same dollar amount, sometimes they'll prefer a similar percentage amount. So with that in mind, as we look at first our MPA program, the School of Government is proposing a $1,000 increase, again, a flat amount, a little bit higher percentage on the resident side than the non-resident side. You can see the dollars it generates. Addition, I do want to note this is they have not increased tuition in several years. So the last time the School of Government increased tuition for this program was in 2018-19, and the rates are lower than most of the graduate comparators. On the School of Law side, you see different dollar amounts, $1,500 for residents for the JD program, $3,000 for the non-residents, 5.4 to 5.8% increases being contemplated there. Again, to note on where that puts the School of Law, that's the lowest in-state tuition and fees among the top 20, even with that increase, and they're the second lowest within the top 30. So again, in terms of market comparison, very compelling. When we look at Eshelman School of Pharmacy, contemplating a 3% increase for residents, 1.6% for non-residents. You can see the dollar amount of $758. They are currently in the bottom quartile of their peers in terms of pricing. Even with these increases, they'd be in the bottom third among the top 13 publics, and the lowest in-state tuition for all pharmacy schools in North Carolina with those increases. So again, still. And then lastly, the Global Medicines Development Program. This is a joint program with Monash University, and this was already established and approved by the Board of Governors in terms of the program itself. Now this is just the catch-up part where we establish the tuition rate. So it's a new tuition that we are establishing in conjunction with that school, and you see that there in front of you. So those are the school-based tuition recommendations to you. We also have housing and dining rates. So transitioning to housing, you can see the recent history from 1920 to now. It's ranged really for the first 4 years of that data set, 4 or 5, you were in a 0 to 2% increase range. This body will recognize the increased conversation we've had about catching up in terms of just being able to address deferred maintenance, improve the operating margin where housing is at, and building back those reserves. And so you see a more aggressive pricing strategy here more recently, 5% range in 23-24 and 24-25, and then of course 7% in 25-26. Again, what's driving that? We're trying to catch up on deferred maintenance. We do have some escalation on costs. Utilities are putting some pressure on the operating margin there. And we know that we are contemplating enrollment growth at the institution. We need to have housing balance well reserved to be able to help finance some of that work. So as we look at the range of options, you can see here's what 6%, 7%, and 8% increase would look like in terms of the pricing for our different types of housing available. You can see the range on this table. In terms of recommendations, we are recommending 7% across the board. You can see, again, by housing type, you can see the dollars, what we're talking about in terms of the incremental increase and where that puts our rates per semester and monthly on that chart. I think more informative is just this slide, which kind of speaks to looking at that range in the 6 to 8% range, where is the right balance? And you can see we've kind of charted a course where it allows us to really address our operating costs, make some progress on deferred maintenance, and make some minimal longer-term progress on our financial position as we think about this housing master plan kind of moving forward. But we have to balance that against, obviously, cost of attendance and those other elements. And so you see where that recommendation landed.
question there,
Yes.
Nate. So, contemplating a 7% increase this year, kind of helping to catch up on some of this deferred maintenance and whatnot, I get it. But as you look forward, how should we be thinking about this? Is this a bump to 7 for a year, and then we think we can mitigate some of the increases in the future? Or are we envisioning a world where we're on a multi-year path of increases in this neighborhood?
It's a great question. The answer is I think you should be contemplating a world where we're going to be likely in this range for some time. I'll have some information to share with you in the master plan update in the University Affairs. We talk through a little bit more of what that housing master plan looks like and what it contemplates for the next 10 years. We've tried to manage costs where we're not going above this range, about 7%, but we are looking at increases in that range over that time period. We do have some data that shows that is, comparatively, the market is higher than that. It still represents a reasonable affordability. We also believe we haven't gone the most expensive route in terms of housing. We are adding beds, but we're also doing some renovations, not just replacing. That would be much more expensive to just replace and go new with all of it, so we were trying to find that right balance. But we'll have some more information to share on that.
Nate, I think it would be helpful for us to also understand the market rates in Chapel Hill versus our campus and our ability perhaps to charge differentiated pricing based on the condition of the residence hall. Other major systems like Michigan State, I believe, and Georgia employ that and have a variety of different options. So if you're staying in a fancier dorm or newly renovated dorm, you will pay a higher price than if you're staying, like I did my freshman year in Avery, and you would then have more of a market reflection of that, and therefore people that are getting the nicer dorms are paying the appropriate cost for it. I also wonder if there's a way for us to charge higher rates for out-of-state students for housing, or if there's any prohibition of that. Because if someone's coming from another major market, they may be used to a higher rate. Also ties back to our constitutional duty for North Carolinians in Article 9, Section 9. So if you could speak to those three things. One, comparison of market rate to Chapel Hill rates, to the idea of differentiated pricing amongst the different housing options. And I know there's some difference that was included in your package.
Yep.
But those are general broad categories. And then three, the idea that we might be able to price differently for out-of-state for housing.
Yep. So comparisons to the local market here in Chapel Hill, we do have some of that information, and I can share that with the board. We looked at it, if you remember, during our master plan work group last summer. We actually looked at this when we contemplated what the housing plan should look like over the next 10 years to accommodate enrollment growth. And then beyond that, Brailsford and Dunleavy worked with us on a 10-year master plan and looked at this. Some of it's a little bit, comparing the housing type gets a little awkward in terms of making it be apples to apples, but we do have some of those comparisons. I'd be happy to share that, but it does show that the increases in the local market have been much, much higher, and the rates are much, much higher than what we're charging here on campus. The other 2 points I'd want to research with our team and go back and spend a little bit of time on differentiation. Both, we do it by room type, but by building type, I'd want to go back and talk that through. We could certainly bring that forward or have a longer conversation at the board level on that point. I don't know, again, I'd want to also research that component about whether we could differentiate by residency status or ability to pay. Typically, the way we differentiate that is through aid and how we package aid relative to cost of attendance. So that's how differentiation typically is handled. Not as much on the charging part of this piece.
Yeah, and I think where we have some legal cover for that is our Constitution, because it does require us to provide benefits to North Carolinians, sometimes at the expense of those that aren't from North Carolina. So if we could look into those three items a little bit further, that would be great. I think that'd be very helpful for the board. Are there other questions that folks have about housing? Trustee Blaine.
Vice Chancellor, I'm not sure if you can clarify this for me. It may be a better question for someone else. I just want to refresh my memory. Do we require freshmen to live on campus?
We do.
Okay. Do we guarantee housing on campus for sophomore, juniors, and seniors?
We do not.
Could you refresh my memory on what percentage of sophomores, juniors, and seniors stay on campus? I know someone has given me that statistic before.
I could certainly follow up with you on specifics. I know it tends to be a higher percentage of sophomore. By the time it's third year, it drops some, and then by the time it's senior, it's a smaller percentage. But I could follow up with the percents.
Do you know, Chancellor?
So, very roughly, we house 48% of our students on campus. The peer group is about 34%. It's 100% of the first-year students, and then it drops off pretty proportionally. So it's like 60% of sophomores, 30% of juniors, and like 15%, 10 to 15% of seniors. Those are really rough numbers, but that's about how it breaks down.
Just one other follow-up question on that. So we guarantee the freshman housing, they're gonna have to pay the rates. For the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, do the sophomores get the first right to the housing that's available after the freshmen have been provided for, or do the seniors? I assume there's some hierarchy in terms of selection, or is it a pure lottery?
We have the head of housing here who can explain how that
Alan, you
works.
want to address? Alan can help address this. Alan Blatter runs housing.
It is a lottery process. It starts with seniors, and then juniors and sophomores are put together and then randomized within those classes. The seniors who need to live with us very often do that because of they may be graduating early and the market doesn't really support a one-semester contract the way we would, so we prioritize those folks first, and then everybody else is in a randomized lottery.
All right, that's very helpful. I have one last question. Do we have anybody that wants to live on campus every year that is unable to get housing on campus?
That's a really interesting question. We run our process. We have a wait list every year, and we use that wait list to fill the empty beds. But we also, from the initial group that signs up to live on campus, we have 600 cancellations. So it's really hard to sort out who wants to live on campus or who is using us as a temporary measure while they continue to shop off campus. We've worked with student government and others to try and really refine that process so that we elevate those folks with the highest need and the folks who really want to live on campus with us.
So generally speaking, do we provide anybody that wants to live on campus with campus housing, or is like 5 or 10% of people that want to live on campus can't, or 50% of people that want to live on campus can't? What's
Yeah,
again,
so
like,
I mean,
just
right
a
now
ballpark idea.
right now we have vacancies. So
Okay.
as of June, when we ran through the wait list, anybody who walked in our office on any given day could have signed up for housing. It's a matter of the process to get them there and the pressure that the market brings for them to sign up earlier and earlier. If you go over to those by design student properties off campus, they started accepting contracts for next year in September.
Sure.
So
Well,
students are in a really
So
interesting.
what I'm just generally driving at and
Yeah.
asking these questions is, I'm just kind of curious about where our supply and demand situation is relative to, and I generally am supportive of this fee increase because I
Yeah.
think, it's necessary. But I'm just curious about, is our supply exceeding our demand? Is our demand exceeding our supply? And, if we run off
Yeah.
5-7% increases in a 5-year period, are we going to have a demand problem?
Yeah, we're watching that pretty carefully, and as the Chancellor alluded to, and those numbers were pretty correct in terms of and that changes every year a little bit on those percentages. We've had as many as 70% of the sophomores living with us, and then fewer juniors. I think we're about right. I think we are about the size. We're bigger than most campus systems, both in terms of number and percentage. But I think from what our students are telling us they're looking for, at least at this moment, with this size of an undergraduate population, I think we're about right. Small wait lists are normal in the housing world, as are a few vacancies when you open.
Occupancy right now is 98%.
Quick question. We know that graduate housing is very limited on campus. Will Beatty Hill stay as a graduate residence hall for the next few years? Is that still a commitment?
For the next couple of years, yes, but as part of our master plan, that pivots to undergraduate to try and flatten out as we grow that bed count on campus as we take buildings online and take them offline.
Is there a plan for graduate housing support?
There is. We'll work with the graduate college in the short term, but also Carolina North brings us some opportunity to provide some housing for graduate students.
Is there going to be probably a paying period, would you say, while you have to close them? Do you have to make Beatty Hill undergraduate and you're developing other?
Yeah, and we're going
dorms?
to work with the students who are currently living there to try and provide some easy access to the market during that transition. And then after that, we hope to bring graduate housing on as quickly as we can.
Yeah, thank you.
In your opinion, what's the best way to fund maintenance of the facilities?
I think, given the situation we're in now, with a significant deferred maintenance backlog and the need for increased housing, I think the approach we're taking right now is the smart one. Renovate what you can, add where you need to, but then we also have a significant budget within this 7% that allows us to invest in some of those smaller projects throughout the portfolio to make smart investments in those buildings that we're not going to make significant renovations to.
Is there money set aside each year for maintenance?
There is.
I think it would be helpful, Mr. Knuthman, if we had those market rate numbers, we'd know that, if we're like we did with the other, and I think we've got this for dining where we talk about our peer set, but understanding where we are relative to our peers and relative to the market. And then a quick follow-up question while you're here. Have you looked at the differentiated models at Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia Tech that basically price based on age of unit or amenity?
Absolutely.
And have you looked at how that might provide additional revenue?
I think we're a little too early in the plan for that. I think when we get more renovated beds, that will make sense for us to look at again. Right now, with the stock we have and its current condition, we would have significantly more beds in the unrenovated, cheaper category. And once we build that stock, I think differentiating that makes a lot of sense. I've never looked at the model of in-state and out-of-state, but as we referred to, we can certainly take a look at that.
Okay. Any other questions regarding housing?
Just one, since the housing expert's here. I heard at the start of this year in freshmen, not just with our university, but with several universities in the state, that freshmen came in and there was a lot of issues. Like, when I say a lot, any issues, that first impression with that parent and that student when they show up on campus is extremely important for their thought process for the rest of the semester. Is there any thoughts around proactivity that you guys can think about to ensure that when the kids show up for that dorm room, that everything works? Not at this university, but at another university down east, there was kids that turned the water on and the water was red. It ran for like hours red. And so it's just not a good impression. So just
Absolutely. Yeah, we do everything we can, both in terms of how we use the buildings over the summer. We end our summer conference opportunities in early August or late July to make sure we can spend time in those buildings, getting them ready. My whole team knows that the most important day is opening day, and we really guide our efforts towards that. Do we have a few things that don't go right? Of course we do. We've got, 3 million square feet, but I think in general, our maintenance team, our housekeeping team, and our residence life team, they're in and out of those rooms 4 or 5 times as we get them ready. And I think we catch most of what we can. I think as our stock gets more mature, as we're replacing window systems with central HVAC systems, we're going to see that track record even go higher.
Do you guys debrief those eras?
Absolutely.
And then have a measurement?
Measurement and a plan to eliminate them in the future, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know, can you talk more about process? I mean, red water versus other types of deficiencies.
Sure.
Just to understand, how is something like that missed? If we're actually checking and confirming quality. I can understand some other minor inconveniences,
Yep.
but this rises to a different level, in my
Yeah.
view, more than a casual miss.
Right.
So,
He was talking about another university. Yeah.
all right, sorry.
So, I hate to deflect the question, but
I retract.
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Knuffman, I know you have additional presentation on dining as well.
No, that's great. Do want to transition over to dining and just talk through those rates. So in front of you, just again, starting similar format, recent history, been in the 2 to 3% increase range. Of course, a little bit higher after COVID. Food prices have increased. Again, what you're going to see in front of you is really a reflection of our forecast of what's happening with food prices. And so as they've increased higher than inflation, you're going to see a little bit higher rates being proposed. Again, we do track relative to other peer institutions. And I think one noteworthy thing about our dining plan compared to the rest of the system, we are voluntary, so it's not mandatory or required. Again, what are the needs driving our proposed increase? You have really pressure on our operating costs with inflation, similar themes. Deferred maintenance needed to catch up some. Some of that stuff was put on pause during COVID with some of that pressure. Now that we're rebuilding some balances and are able to address some of those maintenance projects. And then we also recognize we need to do some strategic planning in dining. We did that on the housing side and we had a 10-year plan. We also need to do that on the dining side, and so some of the funds will be able to help address that. So looking at rates, the proposed increase before taxes 3.9, what that means in terms of dollars per meal. You know, we believe, again, it strikes that balance of affordability, but also allows us to address operating costs, be able to make, and actually improve some on our reserves and our ability to hit some maintenance needs. Where does that, how does that break down? The 3.9, that's an average. You can see here how it breaks down among all our different meal plans here. Really ranges from 3 to 4.7%. You can see what the increase is in terms of dollars and then the overall rate per semester.
Nate, question. So I saw and if I missed it, I apologize, the impact per meal was 53 cents. Where does that take the cost per meal?
I believe it is somewhere, I'd have to follow up with our team. I thought it was in the $9 to $10 range, but I'd have to follow up with our team.
I'd appreciate that, because that's sort of a little bit of experience in this business, sort of where my mind goes on affordability.
Yep.
Okay. Is that affordable? Well, it makes Domino's look pretty competitive.
The 4.7%, just interesting why that one was much higher than the others.
Yeah, we start with a forecast of inflation, so Aramark will look at that, and then they'll look at their individual meal plans and where they want to either incentivize a bit more activity, they might price slightly lower, and where they already have a lot of demand, they might price a little bit higher, and so you see how it shakes out there.
Did I hear you say we are the only school in the system that doesn't require a student to be on a meal plan?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Longstanding tradition of doing that at the campus, and we've talked about that in the past. We have incredible demand. The take-up rate among our students is really high, and we like the pressure that it requires us to be competitive and to make sure that our meal offerings are priced affordably, and also for the quality that it strikes that right balance. And so we have maintained that.
And have you looked at possible revenues for no services if you went to mandatory? I mean, if somebody is going to pay a small amount because it's required, they may not use it.
Oh, so with the idea of mandatory generating more money? We certainly could revisit some of that. I mean, we already generate a fair amount of dollars just with the demand we have for these programs. If you're in Lenore or one of these places around lunchtime, you'll feel that demand.
So what is the percentage, and if it's optional, what is the percentage of students that do not?
Among first years, it's really, really high.
Okay.
I would, it's 90+%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really only a 5% possible increase in revenues?
Yeah.
Still, okay.
And I really like the fact that you use that to stay competitive, right? And to put some outside pressure on, otherwise we might run the pricing up beyond a point that's reasonable.
Agree. So that's the range of recommended changes to fees and all and tuition. In terms of next steps, this does require action by this board. After that action, we would be submitting those to the system office here in early December, and then the Board of Governors would be acting on them in that January to March timeframe.
Mr. Chairman, we spent a lot of time this morning talking about tuition and fee increases on a variety of issues. And I think it's important, Trustee Allison, and a lot of us are concerned about affordability. However, when we talk about these increases, we need to show the other side, that we do have Carolina Covenant, that there is grant and aid, that we're doing this for people that do have the means to pay for this, and those that don't are going to get help. And that's really important, that you don't just show one side of the equation. I guarantee you the media is going to talk about fee increases, dining increases, housing increases, and they're not even going to talk about the other side if we don't bring it up. And I think that's really important.
It's a great point. I appreciate you raising that. I do think we start from a relative position of affordability. On top of that, our aid programs are generous. It's been recognized by Princeton Review. It's been recognized, by multiple publications. And again, that value proposition here is incredible. And there's numerous publications that point that out. But I appreciate you raising that.
Actually, this is Ramsey. To piggyback on that, if you receive financial aid, I guess you're not required to use the meal plan. What percentage of students on financial aid do have a meal plan? To answer that specific question, I'd need to get back to you. I do know when we're thinking about aid, we look at cost of attendance, and so we take into account a dining costs to factor in what that aid package looks like for the individual student. We also have programs for those that are even beyond that. So if there's need, I know we've had a lot of talk about food insecurity at the board level. We actually have meal plans available through Student Affairs to be able to allocate out to students who are in need beyond what we have here. And so we have some information and data on that as well.
Trustee Allen.
We talked earlier that if we increase the tuition and the fees, that some portion may go to another university. Is that the same for fees, or is it just for tuition increases?
The risk is really with tuition. The fee revenue really has to stay within supporting those individual operations.
Okay, I'm going to offer a couple comments too as we have this discussion, as Mr. Knuffman has wrapped up his presentation. I'm opposed to an increase in resident undergrad tuition, and let me explain 3 reasons why. One, we have Article 9, Section 9 of the North Carolina Constitution that says state shall provide the benefits of the University of North Carolina be extended to the people of the state free as expense as far as practicable. This makes affordability for North Carolina residents a constitutional duty, not a policy choice. We don't have the choice in our constitutional duties. State law, GS 116-144, also requires that non-resident tuition be higher than that charged to residents, comparable to the rates charged by comparable public institutions nationwide. And then the BOG tuition policy says that campuses must demonstrate they've exhausted all other reasonable levers before requesting an in-state tuition increase. And what that practically means is that if we have the ability to raise out-of-state tuition, and we have plenty of demand for that, or we have the ability to raise graduate out-of-state tuition, which I think we showed we were a couple grand off on that, those are all levers that can be pulled before we do a resident undergrad tuition increase. So I think in complying with both constitutional requirements, state law, and BOG policy, we must explore every other lever before we increase in-state tuition. I know the system guidance is 3%, and what our sister institutions so far I've heard are all doing is taking the 3%. Well, just because everybody else jumps off the bridge, we don't need to. And I think we need to show decisive leadership here. I think there's also a compact, and I know that has an interesting term these days, with both the people of the state who own the university and the federal taxpayers as well, that we be stewards of these resources. And I believe the fact that we've implemented Service First, or in the process of implementing Service First, and taking our cost reduction plan of $70 million shows that significant commitment. Now, based on some of the discussions regarding the tax, I think it's important that we have a compact with the system and the state legislature and the federal government that if we're going to be good stewards of our resources, we do not face some sort of unnecessary tax where we are the ones doing things the right way and then others do something different and they get rewarded for it. So I think that's going to be a two-way street. So I would like to see us stay flat on undergraduate resident tuition, explore other revenue sources. And when you look at the absolute math on this, we're talking about 800 grand-ish the first year for an increase in resident tuition. If you take that over 4 years, presumably that reaches up to 3.2. Not quite, because our percentage of out-of-state students goes up significantly beyond the freshman year numbers. If you look at the non-resident undergraduate tuition and the potential increase from the graduate non-resident tuition, you're talking about more like $30 million in the first year. So again, I think there are plenty of other levers we can pull. I think there's a strong signal to be sent by keeping resident undergraduate tuition flat. And I believe we have both constitutional requirements, state law, and BOG policy that require us to do that. Other discussion?
Yeah, there's not a motion on the table, so usually we discuss this after there's a second to a motion, but.
Oh, sorry, other questions or discussion?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I guess, I served on the tuition and fee committee for a couple of years, many years ago, and it was a fairly robust process where students are involved, faculty is involved, administration is involved, trustees are involved. Is that still taking place?
It does, yes.
And did you consider Mr. Codis's concerns about the constitutional mandate to try to keep tuition as low as possible, as close to nothing as possible?
We did. I mean, I think they're fair considerations. I think it depends on your definition of our commitment to that affordability. But I think looking at where we landed as a committee was, again, not having touched tuition for 9 years, looking at a little over $7,000 for resident tuition for the value we have here. We felt like we were even with this 3% increase, where that leaves us is still meets that definition of affordability for that group. However, I can see, arguments on each side.
So, a question around, trying to tie some of this together. So, we talked specifically about some of the school-specific, graduate tuition increases, and I think those were recommended in places where we've got high demand, high ROI for the students that attend those programs. On the undergraduate side, and this is just, really me being new to this group, but how much discussion has been had about program-specific tuition on the undergraduate side as well? I know we do it on a very limited basis. There's some in the business school. I think over at NC State may do some things in engineering, if I'm not mistaken. But I wonder if one of the things, when we think about affordability, I think about not only the absolute cost of something, but what is the return upon that investment that one gets over time? And certainly we have a massive range of outcomes in ROI across the various programs here. Is there an opportunity in the future to explore that further? Is that within our, purview? Is that something that we would, I imagine we'd have to have some alignment with the system office on that, but I'd love to maybe hear your thoughts on that and what discussion may have had or we've had or have not had in the past.
It's a great point. You're right. There is some differential with respect to our business school program, but where that differential comes, it's not on the tuition side. There are program-specific fees that support additional costs unique to those individual programs. They're called special fees under the way the system and Board of Governors regulates this. And so we've had some restrictions in more recent years to even look at special fees. I think the criteria around that have tightened, our ability to even consider that. On the tuition side, we're not able to consider a differential. That's really at the system and Board of Governors level to be able to do that. I think if, to the extent this body was interested in that, that'd probably be a conversation with them, working with them to think about whether there's appetite to consider that. I know this came up in great detail with that body back when the business school actually contemplated a fee increase to kind of support the additional costs there. And so I think there'd certainly be an ability to have that conversation again with them.
Trustee Ellison, there was a fair amount of discussion at BOG when I was on it regarding this, and I supported the fee increase for the business school because I thought, gosh, why wouldn't we let the school solve its own problem? And again, I think some of this may be tied back to if we connect with Congresswoman Fox and her former efforts on the College Cost Reduction Act that look at that ROI, I think differentiated tuition makes an awful lot of sense. And so I think maybe a path to the solution that you've identified that I've talked about before as well with differentiated tuition is to discuss that with the House Education and Workforce Committee, look at some federal guidelines for that and talk to the state about that. And maybe some other guardrails around this sort of compact with both the federal government and state government for how we can preserve dollars if we're good stewards of it, and how we can save and offer different options, whether it's differentiated tuition for undergraduate or graduate programs, but then also perhaps for housing, to give people a menu of options to choose from if they want something cheaper or if they want the Taj Mahal and make it more reflective of that ROI or the value that they're getting.
That's really helpful. Thank you both for that context. And certainly, what we've seen at the business school is no shortage of demand post that fee. And for those of you that were there last Friday, an extraordinary new building that was just opened because of the massive demand that we have for that program. Thank you.
Yes, so I kind of did the math right now, and by 2030, with the increase to housing and food, it'll cost $93,000 for an out-of-state student to come to Carolina. I do think that we've had a reputation of also being accessible to out-of-state students, and I think that a lot of students are concerned about what the admissions process will look like for out-of-state students, and if there's going to be socioeconomic diversity within the out-of-state student body now that there's demand. So students will continue to apply to the university, and we'll always be able to fill those spots. But I do think that there are opportunities to, potentially talk about, can we work with the legislator to change the to adjust the percentage of out-of-state students that can come, as we are increasing enrollment and even more in-state students will come in, can we find opportunities to still gain revenue from out-of-state students without making the university so either unaffordable or inaccessible to a certain population? I am a low-income out-of-state student, and I was able to come to the university because I was promised that if I applied and met the bar, I would be welcome and have the opportunity to come as a Carolina Covenant Scholar. If we go need aware, yeah, we will continue to have programs like the Covenant, but are we going to admit people who will be part of those programs from the out-of-state population? I think that I am concerned that we will become too elitist for the out-of-state population. Will continue to be affordable for in-state students, and I understand that we have a constitutional mandate to prioritize in-state students. I completely understand that perspective, but we also need to think that families are being affected by the increases. Could we freeze tuition for out-of-state students when they come in the same way that in-state students get that? It's been fairly difficult to tell students, you know, you're going to get another 10% increase this year because they didn't know that was going to happen when they applied to the university, and now they're having to grapple with very exponential tuition increases.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and certainly we're very mindful of where we're priced relative to our peer set. Again, that's why you see what's driving this 10% increase is really how we compare. And the directive from the system is to be market priced. And so on the non-resident side, when you think about our obligation just to be able to generate the kind of revenue to maintain the quality at the institution, a big key consideration there is making sure we're there. So I do think we're very sensitive to that. We also track the demand side to see if it's having any impact. Again, there continues to be robust demand. You raised some interesting questions about the number of non-residents here, and I know that continues to be a topic of interest, and I assume that will continue to be a conversation with the system and the board kind of moving forward, just whether there is any ability to revisit that. But certainly appreciate your comments.
Trustee Pryor.
Mr. Chairman, in light of your concerns that you expressed about the obligation of the university as referenced in the state constitution to provide as low a cost education as possible, you make a compelling point about the in-state tuition. Is there a way to separate out that vote on in-state versus the out-of-state and the additional fee increases that are proposed?
Yeah, I think if you wanted to remain revenue neutral, back of the envelope math would be if you increased graduate out-of-state tuition $600 of the difference between, and you'll have to confirm the numbers for me, Vice Chancellor Knuffman, but I want to say a $2,000 delta exists right now between our peers and our tuition in graduate non-resident tuition, but if we went up around, I believe around $600, it would make it revenue neutral for the full implementation of the 4 years of in-state 3% tuition. I think it would generate another $3.2 million approximately, but again, we'd have to look at the math on that. So if you wanted to remain revenue neutral for the proposal, I believe you could slightly, or you could just direct that the graduate student non-resident tuition is increased to account for the delta, and it could be phased in theoretically if you wanted to make it a revenue neutral proposal to what Vice Chancellor Knuffman has presented. If you wanted to eliminate the 3% 3% resident tuition increase, you would lose about 800 grand in the first year of revenue, and then it would go to 1.6 or 1.6, 2.4, 3.2 approximately, but the out-of-state numbers are a little wonky on that. So if you prefer, do you have a lean on which, and I guess the committee would need to discuss. Trustee Blaine?
Thank you, Trustee Cotis. I want to circle back to something that Trustee Allison brought up earlier that I think is really important. If we all think back to last year, the system office was encouraging us to raise out-of-state tuition, and the general ask is, it be at a certain market level, but also that out-of-state students functionally cover their full cost, so they're not being subsidized by North Carolina taxpayers. So I think that's all reasonable principles. But I think it's really important to circle back to Trustee Allison's earlier thought, because we did what was asked of us. And that was about a 10% increase on out-of-state students, 10% increase on students like Adolfo. And that generated about $15 million worth of revenue for us. Functionally, what happened later is when the Board of Governors and the System Office was unable to implement or get the legislature to pass this performance pay plan and fund it on a recurring basis, like the System Office has asked on multiple occasions, and I personally support the performance funding idea and concept. But when they weren't able to do that, they decided they needed to move forward on the plan, and they needed to find funds to do that. So what they did effectively is they took $7.5 million off of our campus. Now you can argue, and I'm going to say some more about this in a minute because I don't think our hands are clean. You can argue about whether or not that's, direct line. They took $7.5 million of our tuition increase on our students, but they took $7.5 million off of our campus, and it used it to fund programs at Appalachian State, Western Carolina, NC State, East Carolina, UNC-Chapel. I think it's really important to think about that in the concept of the tuition increases we're thinking about, because it's really hard for me to ask our students and our Carolina families to pay more to fund programs in Raleigh and Cullowhee and Boone. I got a problem with that. Now, I want to give the other side of the argument. I want to show where our hands have proven to be very dirty, in my opinion, on this. The Systems Office argument was not that they were taking our tuition dollars, obviously. That's how it feels to me and how it looks to me. Their argument to us, and we haven't talked about this in this budget meeting, which I think I have a problem with too. Their argument was very basically that we're basically we spend way too much money and we spend it wastefully. And, I made some arguments to some of the Board of Governors members. We initially stalled this reassessment for a one Board of Governors meeting before they kind of put this tax in place. But the System Office argument was that notwithstanding the $17 million in savings and other things that we've tried to do, that we really are we overspend and we're not careful with our money. And I generally disagree with that, but I'm not singling out the group of people that I'm getting ready to talk about. I do not think that they are different. I think they are representative of the university, not an exception, but it, in my opinion, illustrates a really significant problem. After this took place, and these kind of behind-the-scenes arguments occurred, about 2-3 weeks later, it comes out that we paid $1 million to a national PR firm on a contract to do communications work at the school. Well, I went and looked subsequently, and again, I am not singling out the communications department. I just think they happen to be the example in this because that contract came out. I think they're representative of the rest of the offices of the university, not a special case. I went and looked. There's a query database where you can look up folks' positions at the university and their salaries. So I went through and just queried for communications people and took out anybody that I thought was maybe not a direct comms person. There are 100 people that we pay very clearly in that database to do comms work at this university. Their salary basis is $8 million. The general rule of thumb in state government is your benefits package is 40% of your salary base. So let's just say, and on the university side, honestly, it's generally a little more expensive than that. But just using the 40% number, it's about $11.5 million we pay the communications people at this university. it is really inconceivable to me that we subsequently need to, if we have $11.5 million, give or take, wrapped up in people that do comms work at this school, that we need to go out and hire a DC-based comms firm to do $1 million worth of PR work. If we do, we need to fire some of those 100 people and eliminate their salaries. But all of this comes out subsequently after this happens, and it really kind of cuts the legs out from under us that we're being careful and prudent spenders. And it makes the case that the system office has made that we are in fact really prolific and unaccountable spenders of the dollars that we have. Now I say all of that though because what these folks have also discovered is we have the money. Now, when people figure out that there are 15 of them and one of us, and they can fund what they want by taking our money, we have a problem. And I just really, really think I'd like to know more about how we ended up with this comms firm, who recommended them, what in the world we're doing. But again, I'm not singling out comms. I'm using it as an example. I think it probably is representative of the rest of administration, and that is the argument of the system office, is that we have a bloated administrative budget. So we've talked a lot about raising more money. We haven't talked in this budget meeting really about what are we doing with that money. And
And Trustee Blaine, that is the next item up.
Can I finish, Trustee Cotis? So I also want to talk a little bit about, in my business we say there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. And the registrar's office, very much to their credit, keeps this really detailed log of in-state, out-of-state tuition and mandatory fees for our students that goes back to 1947. It's a really interesting thing to look at if you think about how our university has changed. If you took our 1947-48 resident tuition fee rate, which was $54, and you adjusted it for inflation, we would be charging students today $815 in tuition. If you went and looked at our tuition in 2000 and adjusted it for inflation, we'd be charging our students $2,000 today. Let's just go forward to 2010. If we were adjusted for inflation from 2010, we'd be charging our kids about $6,000 a day. The proposal in front of us for in-state students is charge them $9,000 and change. Now, I think that's a pretty good deal, but I don't think that I can support this package. I agree with the constitutional concerns, but I also think, it's great that we haven't raised tuition in 8 or 9 years on in-state students, but we still haven't caught up relative to the raises that took place in the past 25 years. So I don't think I can support this package if it includes an increase on in-state students, especially because that increase is somewhere between $800,000 and $1 million, and we had enough money to, when we have $11.5 million worth of money tied up in 100 communications professionals, we had enough money, we had no problem writing $1 million check to a PR firm to help those folks out. I just say, don't hire the PR firm next year and don't raise tuition on our in-state students. And I think too, we talk too much about this outside of some principles. And I think the principle on in-state tuition needs to be you don't raise it unless you absolutely have to. And I don't see within our budget that we absolutely have to. I think the principle on out-of-state students, Adolfo, I disagree with you a little bit on this. I'm sympathetic to your situation, but the principle there needs to be that they need to pay a market rate and they need to pay what it takes to educate them so the state taxpayers aren't subsidizing them. But I also think And I think that that's what we should be doing on fees, and I support what you're talking about on fees, because our housing stock, as Trustee Evans has mentioned at the last meeting, it needs some work, and if we're gonna be a world-class institution, it's gotta keep up. Food costs are through the roof. I mean, I understand we've gotta raise those fees. I think that that the principle there is cover the cost and prepare for the future, and I think that that's fine. On the graduate stuff, I have more questions, though. Again, I don't like raising tuition by $1,000 on in-state and out-of-state students. That's functionally shifting more of the cost to our in-state graduate students. I know that the constitutional requirement, people have said, doesn't apply to our graduate schools, but I just have a philosophical problem with raising the tuition the same amount, which is functionally a greater increase on our graduate students. I don't have a problem supporting an across-the-board 5% raise at these graduate schools. Again, I think generally they should be more cover the cost of educating the kids. But I just think we've got to think a little bit about the broader context of what's going on. You've got a situation where you're in tight budget times, and people have figured out that there are things we're doing on this campus that look pretty bad from a budgeting standpoint, and they can point at us and say, they're wasting money, we can take it from them, they don't need it, look at what they're spending all this stuff on. We'll give it to these other schools in the system that maybe don't have the same capacity that we do. So again, I think, and I know we're gonna get to some of this stuff, but again, I'm using that as an example. I'm afraid that it is not an outlier as it relates to our administrative expenses, and that is certainly the system office's argument, that we spend a lot more money and add a lot more administration than we need. But again, I would encourage that we take a look at this tomorrow and revisit a proposal. I'm fine with the fee situation. I think that that is a good philosophy. I don't see the point in $800,000 increase on in-state students given our constitutional obligations. And I would like to see the graduate stuff reworked to be where it's not shifting more of the burden to in-state students instead of balancing it between in-state and out-of-state students. And again, just these are some comments, you know, take them for what they're worth, just some observations that I've had since the last meeting, and some conversations I've had with people outside of the UNC-Chapel Hill ecosystem about kind of what our susceptibilities are. And so I think we better mind our shop, and I think it would be advisable not to raise tuition on in-state students.
Trustee Blaine makes excellent points there, and I would echo his concerns that in the graduate fee increases, the bulk of that burden should be shifted to non-resident, and it should not be just on parity, the $1,000 and $1,000. So I would agree that's a change that should be made as well. And to your point, I do think we're seen as a candidate to tax because we are seen as kind of throwing dollars around significant ones, and there's some high-profile items that happen, and I think that comes back to the idea of some sort of an agreement with the people of the state or state government and the federal government as to what we're going to agree to do, both in terms of revenue levers and cost controls, and where those buckets of money are spent and how we're paying for those things. So I think that's all one big agreement, but without it, if we don't have something like that, we will be perceived as the rich person that can be taxed to pay for the other struggling schools where needed. Are there other questions or comments?
I really
Trustee Meekins?
don't know where to begin, to be honest with you. I come here to these meetings to talk about raising fees or not. And we've got a robust process where we've been, Nate, the administration, the students, the faculty, have come together and they recommended that we make these moves. And I understand the concerns that Trustee Blaine has just mentioned, First I've heard of it. And I know he's not trying to target the COM, but at the same point in time, they're not here to defend themselves as to what the money was spent for and why they spent it. I have no idea. So, does that cause me some concerns? Absolutely. But I don't think it should affect how we vote on this particular matter. We've gone 9 years without increases in our tuition. We are the #1 university in the country for the money. And we need to stay competitive in that area. And I understand the Constitution and how we are supposed to operate. But the same body that has apparently taxed us for the increase in tuition from the out-of-state students has now told us, after 9 years of saying you can't do it, they're saying you can. And I would take that as a recommendation that we should. Because I think they recognize that after 9 years of stagnant growth in our tuition, it's time to set the baseline going forward. And while it doesn't seem like a lot of money, it's $211 per student, over time, when you build that baseline, it does build up to $3-4 million a year. And, I certainly would want to hear from our administration about whether that's needed or not. Mr. Blaine has brought up some points. We need to explore some of the issues he's raised, because I don't like overspending either, but I also know that this same board has been complaining for years that we don't do enough with our PR. And so, I don't like attacking a group of people or anyone without having them in the room to defend themselves. And I don't think it should delay how we should consider this vote. And I think it's something that has been recommended. It's not even on the floor right now as a motion, as far as I know, but I certainly would move that we adopt the policies that have been brought forth before us by the committee. And I will make that as a motion. If no one wants to second it, that's fine. This is just our committee we're talking about now.
Trustee Meekins has a motion on the floor to approve the items as submitted for the tuition and fee increase. Is there a second for that motion? Hearing none, I believe that dies for lack of a second. Are there other comments or questions regarding fees and tuition?
I would like to see, if it's possible tomorrow, a proposal that, and again, I don't claim, that I would like to see a proposal that at least does not raise in-state tuition for undergraduate students. And again, like I said, I think I support the housing aspect of this. I support the food aspect of this. I have no problem raising out-of-state student tuition. I have no problem raising graduate student tuition, kind of in line with the principles that I think are at place here. My two biggest concerns is I don't feel like we have strong assurances at all that money that we take out of our students and their families' pockets won't be shifted to other universities. And I think it's really important that if we can exhaust other possibilities, if there are other possibilities and avenues to avoid an in-state tuition increase, we ought to do it.
Do we know for a fact that the in-state tuition we're talking about is subject to that same penalty tax or whatever you want to call it?
There's no penalty tax.
Whatever it is.
But the precedent is set, is that, we can be given a flexibility cut, Trustee Meekins, of whatever amount. Now, they'll say it's not directly tied to the tuition, but they could say it's tied to staffing or administration like they did last go around. I mean, it's just hard for me to support an in-state tuition increase without that assurance that that's not going to happen.
Just a couple.
Trustee Allison.
Oh, thank you, Chair Cotis. I would personally support, everything in this today, with the exception of this in-state undergraduate increase, because of the fact that, as Trustee Blaine says, I don't think we have any assurance that our resident parents and students dollars might not be transferred somewhere else. So in the future, as we understand what this structure looks like, I totally get all of the arguments about we've been flat for 9 years. There's certainly, from a competitive standpoint and staying in the lowest quartile, there's opportunity there. But I feel like we just need more. We need more assurance there. I would be supportive of revenue neutral adjustments to the other areas as needed. If the administration says this is the amount of money that we need, then I would certainly support, if you needed to make adjustments in other areas, non-resident, on some of the graduate programs, et cetera.
I think what we could do to make this clean is potentially have a vote on the resident undergraduate tuition separately, and then allow for the administration to make revisions based on the discussion we have about the other items and present that as a unified package tomorrow. Does that make sense, Vice Chancellor Knopfman?
It's fine.
Is there relative consensus among the committee members for that approach? Okay. Trustee Blaine, would you like to? So moved. I will second. This is a resolution or a vote to keep resident undergraduate tuition flat.
And to bring back a package in line with Trustee Allison's recommendation.
Let's have a separate vote on that so that we just take the, I seconded it. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Trustee Meekins.
I guess I'm trying to understand the rationale for the argument. So the body that is going to decide whether or not some of our tuition increases are going to go to other constituent schools has given us the authority to increase our tuition here by 3%, and we're saying no to it. Do you have the same concern about the tuition that we're raising for out-of-state students if we adopt the proposal for out-of-state students? Is that proposal still there? Is that concern still there, I mean?
I'll respond to that, Trustee Meekins. I mean, I think it's important to bear in mind that we make a recommendation. We actually don't have the authority to set the tuition. We make the recommendation to the Board of Governors.
Right.
They can choose to raise in-state tuition if they want to. I mean, as you've often reminded us, we're an advisory body. And so I think I think Vice Chancellor Knopfman had an interesting idea. I don't know that it just hit me, but some contingency on shifting funds. But again, the UNC Board of Governors can do whatever they want to. They can supersede us in a heartbeat. We are little gnats compared to the authority that is vested in that body. So I think we can ask them not to take any of the money that we're trying to generate here, and we can try to ask that there be a contingency on it, but they can do whatever they want to.
Following up on that.
But I would prefer not to, I would like to make the statement that we don't think we need to raise on undergraduate in-state tuition as part of that, and I could support a motion in line with what Trustee Allison said.
Trustee Patel?
I'm not in this committee. It's just understanding you. This could go in however we want to send it. The Board of Governors come back and say, no, we don't like you out of state. Come back and put it back and then put it back on whatever. So this is just us saying, okay, we're okay, and then final approval.
This is us saying this is what we, as an advisory board, would advise for our institution. And they are, just like my wife is totally at her discretion whether or not to take my advice. Doesn't work the same way when it's coming towards me, but yeah, you understand.
And to be clear, the guidance was up to 3%. It was not a requirement to increase 3%. We've also heard from the federal government a preference for no increase in tuition as well. So I think while we do report to the Board of Governors then reports to the state legislature, and you also have the federal government involved. I think that at the federal and state level, there is a preference for no increase in in-state undergraduate tuition, but I wouldn't want to speak for them.
Then why would the Board of Governors allow us to do it after 9 years?
I'm not on that body anymore. When I was on that body, there was significant debate. We actually, one of the first times we said we weren't going to increase tuition in the guidance, it was a 17-15 vote. So there was a lot of spirited debate on that board previously, and so I'm not on that board anymore, so I can't tell you what they're thinking. But I do think they have given us discretion because it's up to 3%, which could be 0 or it could be 3% or somewhere in between. Other discussion or debate on the motion on the floor?
I'd like to
Yes.
know what the Chancellor, we're advising the Chancellor as well. I'd like to know what his position is on this, if at all.
Chancellor Roberts?
On the 3% specifically? Yes. I mean, it's our proposal. We stand behind it. We think it's reasonable given the overall total cost of attendance compared to the peer group and the fact that current students are protected and that we still have to stay within the bottom quartile, and the fact that tuition's been flat for 9 going on 10 years. What else hasn't increased in price over those 9 years? All of our costs certainly have increased dramatically on an inflation-adjusted basis. As Vice Chancellor Knuffman said, our tuition's actually gone down by about 20% over that 9-year period. So we think it's a very measured, reasonable increase, entirely consistent with our obligations to the North Carolina Constitution. I also worry a little bit about, in the conversation about enrollment funding. So as you know, we've not received enrollment funding for it's funded in arrears, so we don't have enrollment funding either for the current sophomores or for the current freshmen. And the entire system has been trying to convince the General Assembly of the need for enrollment funding. Those students are here now, and we haven't received that funding for them. That's the key priority for the system, is to secure the enrollment funding. I worry about a dynamic in which we're telling the General Assembly that we need the enrollment funding very badly, and they turn around and say, well, you didn't use the tools we gave you to help yourself with a tuition increase.
And again, I would reiterate that Article 9, Section 9 applies not only to us, but also to the General Assembly. There is a constitutional mandate to keep the benefits of the university as free as practicable for North Carolinians. So to the extent we are complying with that, the legislature would have a similar responsibility as well. Okay, hearing no other discussion or debate, Trustee Alvarez?
I think if you talk to in-state students and you tell them, there will be a 3% increase, I think most students would understand where the argument for that comes from. If you tell them, maybe perhaps this can go towards the fund that helps your classroom be better, because we have a maintenance backlog that is just absurd. Just to give an example. But I do think that students know that the university has continuous needs and that inflation continues to be a problem and things just cost more. I don't think it comes across as a university putting a heavy burden on in-state students, but rather just making an adjustment for what the needs of the university are. And when I talked to Vice Chancellor Knuffman about this, he explained, when we go over time, it'll make a difference to have a small increase in all 4 years for students as classes continue to come for the next 4 years. So I don't think that students would have such an unwelcoming reaction to it. I do think some other stuff is unfair, and I fully understand the point about the performance pool of the UNC system. I think that it's fairly unfair when I do think the university is doing a lot to meet the efficiency needs that the Board of Governors is putting on us. I think the Chancellor is doing a great work at identifying where we can do better and we can reduce expenditures. So it's fairly difficult when they are taxing the university while they continue to ask us to reduce expenses. So it's like multiple pressures coming from different sides, when I think the university has been fairly responsive to the fact that we need to be more efficient in terms of spending. But I do think that in-state students wouldn't be so opposed to the increase because it's not exponential, but rather has a good argument about if state funding is coming down, it'll make a difference, perhaps not in the first round, but because it will freeze, but in 4 years, it'll bring revenue that wouldn't hurt the university, and I do think students see pain points that their tuition could help cover.
Okay. Trustee Allison?
Thank you, Trustee Alvarez. Those are great comments. Personally, I would certainly be able to support this 3% increase with some assurance that through performance funding, it wasn't just going to get moved off our campus. That's really my issue. That's what I am struggling to get past.
Okay. I think we've had a fair amount of discussion. If there's no further discussion, sorry.
I mean, I too struggle with that issue. We've talked around it. I mean, this notion of contingency, is there a way to understand if that's an option or actionable? Because I do get hung up on this same issue. Is there guidance at all on that issue, or is it one of those that we really just don't know if there can be guardrails around this?
So ultimately, the recommendation from this board would go to the Board of Governors for final action. Could that take the shape of saying, look, this increase that we are recommending, this non-resident increase, is it contingent on those dollars staying at UNC-Chapel Hill? We could investigate that further. Again, that's something that certainly in writing, we could put that as part of our submission to the system, how important that is to the campus. Whether we could require that or there was an action on the back end, we would need to do a little bit more work on, but that's a possibility.
Okay. Mr. McClure, if you'll call a roll call vote on this. And the motion on the floor is to keep the resident tuition flat. Resident undergraduate tuition flat.
So before we call a vote, Chair Kotis, is there no way to structure this in the manner that Nate was just describing? That
I think we lack that authority. That is at the Board of Governors level. I don't think the system is going to give up their ability to reallocate funds, or the Board of Governors reallocate funds among the schools. That's beyond our level of authority. There might be an opportunity, though, as we've seen with various agreements that have been proposed by the federal government, to have something similar with the state that would do something like that. But I don't think that's going to be solved by early December. But that's something we could certainly work on. Trustee Patel.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, just going back to what Trustee Blaine said, even putting a flat out there doesn't mean anything, because the Board of Governors could override that no matter what. But I think what Trustee Allison's saying is maybe amending it with language that says, if we are going to increase it, that 3% increase would stay in the system, would stay here. And then the Board of Governors still has the opportunity to do whatever the heck they want to do at that point in time.
And I think the benefit of this extended discussion, which I think is a good discussion, is that it will draw attention to this issue in a significant way. And I think it will cause greater discussion to occur both with our Board of Governors, state and federal partners.
So, yes, a question. Could we make a motion? I'm trying to think through this in my mind, but I'd like to support the revenue that the administration wants to raise, at the level they'd like to raise it. Is there a way to make this such that we support everything that was presented, with the exception of the in-state tuition increase, unless that money stays on campus? And if it doesn't stay on campus, then we give the administration the ability to then adjust the other areas to make it revenue neutral? I realize it sounded really complicated coming out of my mouth.
So I'm sure part, I think, is more challenging.
Yes, you can. You can ask for a friendly amendment, and if they don't adopt it, then we can do a substitute motion.
Can we clarify first? So The motion is regarding the flat tuition. My plan was for us to have a subsequent vote on a discussion about the additional items, which could include a revenue-neutral element as well.
Chairman Cotis, I think in light of trying to find consensus with everybody on the board here and kind of get at what I think people are driving at, would you entertain a modification to the motion that said functionally, bring us back a proposal tomorrow that achieves your revenue objective without increasing undergraduate tuition for consideration in front of the whole board? That would allow Vice Chancellor Knuffman to toggle the dials to get to the money amount without.
I certainly would accept that as your second on that, but the not tied to some concept of the Board of Governors agreeing to keep the money at the campus level, because that's outside of our authority. So I think what I'm hearing is if you're making modification for 90% of what Trustee Allison was requesting, the revenue neutral, but not the stay on campus component, then yes, I would certainly agree with that as well.
Are you making a motion to basically defer to tomorrow, Jim?
I would take your advice, Mr. Secretary, on how to get that into ship-shape order.
It's easiest to, I think the easier thing is to defer the action till tomorrow and ask Vice Chancellor Knuffman to bring an alternative proposal tomorrow.
It's a motion to amend the current motion on the table to change it to then defer till tomorrow.
I move what David said.
And this is not taking, so again, I think if we're.
Yeah, to your point, Chairman Cotis, yeah, it's probably not going to be well received to tell the Board of Governors not to exercise their authority to shift our money around, or we're going to lay on the floor and kick and scream about it, which we've kind of already done, but maybe don't put it in writing, I think is what you were saying. So that, I don't think what David said incorporates that piece in there.
So again, the question would be if tomorrow there's going to be some new information that's going to change the flat resident in-state undergraduate tuition. So I think if we're not going to make any changes tomorrow on that, that's why I was trying to parse the vote. If there's consensus that we don't want to increase that, we vote on that, and then we vote on another package which covers everything else, including making it revenue neutral. So I do think it would be cleaner if we had the two votes, the one vote now, because that would be consistent, and then the second vote to say, okay, what are we going to do in terms of making it revenue neutral? And that would also allow, if there's other discussion regarding the $1,000 and $1,000 for guidance to be offered in that, rather than just kicking the can to tomorrow, we need to give Vice Chancellor Knuffman guidance so that he can bring back exactly what we're looking for. So I would prefer not to defer it to tomorrow.
You've really clarified things for me.
Yeah, so I think that the current motion and second is one vote, and then we have a second vote on what we're asking Mr. Knuffman to do in terms of the modifications to the package to present something tomorrow that we're going to then vote to approve. Yes.
One additional nuance, which is that Governor Bradley, who chairs the Budget Committee at the Board of Governors, is planning to be here tomorrow for the full board meeting. So to the extent that that's helpful to this committee in having these conversations, I just want to make people aware.
Yeah, I think he certainly could weigh in on some of those discussions tomorrow, since there will also be a full board vote as well. The committee's action today would not be final. It requires a full board vote too. So we will have a chance to revisit everything we're covering today in the full board vote.
I seconded the motion to delay it till tomorrow.
So there was a motion and a second on the floor for the flat tuition. Who made a motion to defer to tomorrow as a substitute motion?
And echoing the advice of Council Lambeth, that is what the motion modification would be, to delay this till tomorrow And we are requesting Vice Chancellor Knuffman come back with a package that meets the revenue goal of the office and does so without raising in-state tuition, which means he's going to have to find about $800,000 from some other toggle.
I did not understand that as your motion started out. You're wrong a second. I thought we were delaying the vote, so we can talk about, find out what our board of governors says about whether we should raise tuition 3% for our students.
Well, I'd like to stick with this motion and try and get a second on it because I don't think you're going to like what your Board of Governors comes back and says tomorrow about their willingness to promise not to move money off of this campus.
But your motion would then, would also delay this vote on
Right, till
in-state.
tomorrow.
I will second that.
Yeah, that's the point. is
I will
just
second
kicks the
that.
can.
Okay, so just to be clear, we haven't talked about what we're asking him to do as a board yet. We had this one. Let's open up the discussion again to make sure that we understand what is the direction for this motion that is being offered to Mr. Knuffman, so that we're all aligned on what that is. So, Mr. Knuffman, if you'll go back to the slides for the overall summary. So we have undergraduate in-state tuition, and I'm hearing a consensus generally that that should be flat, no increase. Is there any disagreement among the committee members on that particular item? Okay.
Yeah, there may be a consensus, but what I've heard is from several members is that they would not be opposed to it if they knew that the campus would benefit from 100% of that group.
That's exactly my position.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's a consensus as you have articulated.
Okay. Well, is there a majority that feels that way? I'm trying to get to movement on this. If we're going to offer guidance to Mr. Knuffman, we're going to have to give him some guidance. Otherwise, tomorrow, he's not going to know what he's bringing back. So that's why I think the committee needs to give specific guidance. I would like to see us reach a resolution and have a vote that the majority can approve and say, here's what we are asking Mr. Knuffman to bring back tomorrow. I'm not sure that deferring without having clear guidance is going to accomplish that goal. Are we?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm not on the
Trustee
committee,
Valentine.
but since Robert Rules has totally been thrown out the window on this, it seems to me that there's a big concern about the BOG taking money from this campus. I'm not sure how us saying we're not going to raise in-state tuition ameliorates that concern. They can say we're taking the same amount of money that we would have taken anyway. So I don't know how you can consider part of it. Do I think there's efficiencies that we could have? Do I think somebody on BOG could cherry pick an inefficiency here? Yes. Do I think they could do that at all the other institutions? Yes. I mean, so Realville tells me that they're going to take their money whether or not we increase 3% or not. It's not like we're going to get credit. So I don't know really what we're doing here.
Okay, I think to clarify, there are two schools of thought on this. There's one group that is saying they don't want to increase it unless Carolina can keep the money. I'm hearing that from Trustee Allison, perhaps Trustee Turner, and Trustee Meekins. Is that correct? And then there's another group that I believe, I kind of feel we should not be increasing in-state tuition because of our constitutional duties, our statutes, and board policy, as maybe another camp on that. And I'm trying to herd the cats here on this so that we get through maybe some straw polls on this so we can move forward through committee and offer Vice Chancellor Knuffman guidance. So as a straw poll, who on the committee would like to keep in-state tuition flat no matter what, whether or not we get to keep the money or not? Okay, 4, that constitutes a majority of the committee members that are here today. Graduate or non-resident undergraduate tuition, the 10% increase, who all on the committee believes that we should do that 10% increase? Okay, that is the entire committee that's here today. And then on the graduate school-based tuition increase, well, actually, let's start with the graduate campus-based tuition increase. Would we like to direct Mr. Knuffman to adjust graduate non-resident tuition to provide a revenue-neutral model to the undergraduate resident tuition increase that was proposed? Everyone understand that? Okay, I see a majority, except for Trustee Meekins on that. Oh, sorry, he did, okay. So that's a unanimous of the board members that are here today. And then on the school-based tuition increases, I heard some discussion about whether or not the whether the non-resident numbers should be higher or equal to in terms of percentage. Trustee Blaine, would you like to articulate your thoughts on that?
I can live with what the committee wants to do on that either way. I just had some concern that if it's $1,000 for in-state students and $1,000 for out-of-state students is disproportionately impacting the in-state families, but I can go with whatever the committee wants to do on that front.
So one thought would be that we provide that guidance going forward, but in the interest of keeping the math simpler for Mr. Knuffman, we don't adjust those right now. Is there any straw poll on that, or do you want to make those adjustments now?
I'm fine with what they present.
Okay. Everybody raise their hand. Yep, okay. We're all good on that as well. And then on housing, there is a proposed 7% increase. Is there acceptance for that concept? Okay. Again, all unanimous on that. And dining, the roughly 4% increase, is there consensus on that? Yes, okay. So I believe if we had a motion, maybe our third try at it, that we vote to direct Mr. Knuffman to bring back to the board for final approval tomorrow. We'll defer the final vote, but we are voting to direct Mr. Knuffman to come back with a proposal that keeps resident tuition undergraduate flat, increases non-resident undergraduate tuition 10%, increases graduate non-resident tuition to a level that would create a revenue-neutral model to the undergraduate resident tuition increase of 3% that was proposed, increases the school-based tuition at the levels that are seen in our package, increases housing at the levels that are seen in our package of 7%, increases dining at the levels seen in our package of roughly 3.9%. Is that a summary of the overall? Okay. Trustee Blaine, would you like to modify your deferral motion to allow for?
I thought that was what you outlined, I understood.
Okay.
Mr. Langland's recommendation.
Or I'll make a substitute motion, then a third substitute motion to reflect what I just said.
Trustee Pierce, as a chair of the committee, someone else, since you're the chair, someone else has to make.
Okay.
So moved.
Third round for Trustee Blaine. Love this. Makes for some very interesting future minutes to be read by future trustees 20 years from now. Yeah. Second. So, and Mr. McClure, if you'll do a roll call vote on that.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pryor.
Yes.
Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Blaine.
Yes.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Kalapa. Mr. Meekins.
No.
Mr. Turner.
Okay. The motion, convoluted motion passes. Just to make sure we're 100% clear, Mr. Knuffman, do you have enough guidance from that to bring back the revised numbers for tomorrow?
I do.
Okay, great. So the motion carries. And then all of the action items approved by the committee will be placed on the full board's consent agenda for the full board's approval tomorrow, with the exception of the item that we have requested Mr. Knuffman bring back to us tomorrow for this committee's final review and approval before it will go to the full board for approval on the same day. Okay, our final agenda item is to hear a finance update from Mr. Knuffman.
I have a couple brief updates. I know you've heard enough from me probably already this morning, so I'll try to keep this brief. Wanted to provide an update on both our budget process here at the campus and the kickoff, and then also on our budget reductions and the plan. So first, on the schedule itself, we have already launched our process. Meetings really getting scheduled for the January timeframe. Folks are hard at work putting together submissions and how that will work. I think the most important piece I want to draw your attention to is we did add a 5% reduction planning requirement for every unit on campus. So I think we've had some conversation in the past about only certain units participating in the unit optimization piece of our savings. And we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to really think about whether there are opportunities, all units, in terms of realizing savings. The intent is to build this into the process every year moving forward. It's consistent with best practice in the industry and certainly within state government to some degree. So that's a new requirement as part of the process this year. Wanted to provide each meeting.
Question, clarification.
Yes.
You mean all units as part of that process focused on potential efficiencies?
Correct.
Okay.
And then we've wanted to continue to provide updates on our efforts to realize the $70 million in savings that we really outlined in July, provided an update in September, further updates today. So first, the items highlighted in blue, vacancies and food, that money has already been realized and pulled centrally, so that savings has been realized. Second, unit optimization. We talked a little bit about a couple of areas where we thought there was opportunity. Additionally, you've heard about the merger of the School for Information Library Sciences and School of Data Science and Society. There's other factors driving that. But there is going to be a small or a modest amount of administrative savings as associated with that and was contemplated as part of that. So just wanted to highlight in terms of those efforts continue to be underway. That was part of the savings being considered there. Centers and institutes and low-performing programs, I have a couple more slides where I'll show a little bit more detail on those areas. I did want to note on the administrative staff reductions, the $8.5 million. I think it's important to know that the institution takes operating efficiently seriously. We look at data comparing the institution on how we perform. We understand some of the criticism from the system office in some of the other areas. We have taken this on seriously. We have a big effort that's been launched. We've been months into this now, thinking about restructuring how we operate in our administrative areas: HR, finance, IT, communications, research administration. There's a lot of work being done on the appropriate org structure, moving to a more centralized model. We expect to receive those presentations to the steering committee to really set what that that new, more centralized model might look like here at the end of this month. And I do think it comes at a time, again, I think there's often it's easy to poke at individual areas or individual spending items in a $4.5 billion enterprise that is very public. But overall, we are taking this very seriously in terms of operating efficiently and trying to find savings in those areas. And again, I want to restate the goals for that project. It is really about improving our service quality, but also operating more efficiently in those areas.
Vice Chancellor,
Yes.
I know that you understand how important that unit optimization is to having success within the global university system infrastructure. And I know that all of us on this board, those that weren't aware of it, just found out about, what happens to us when the system office thinks we're not optimizing. My concern is that the individual units don't appreciate the consequence of this, and that there is an 800-pound gorilla on the other side of the door. Are my concerns on that front founded or unfounded?
I feel like you're raising a good consideration. I do think it's difficult work getting in and thinking about administrative staff reductions, thinking about the kinds of change. We're talking about changing culture to some degree, more centralized. You're asking people to lose some control of staffing and probably operate at a lower staffing level.
Have you or the chancellor, anybody explained to each unit that administrative bloat was the rationale of the system office's decision to take the money off of our campus? Like that bluntly?
We've tried to communicate to that effect. We maybe haven't been that direct about the piece in terms of linkage.
I think it's really important for everybody on this campus to understand that effectively administrative bloat and wasteful spending was the rationale of the system office cutting us. And that, the challenge with that, as you well know, is that once people say that and find a few examples, then everything gets scrutinized more closely. And as you pointed out, in a $4.5 billion budget, some people are going to do some things probably that in retrospect were not prudent spending. So I just think it's really important that that be driven down into the units, that we're under the microscope, and a misstep on the spending and administrative and the salary front could invite another round of cuts for us.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. We have been making that case to the campus. It's a very sensitive time, just in terms of, again, some of those trade-offs and thinking about loss of control, lower staffing levels. But we believe the $8.5 million there and the administrative staff reductions, the optimization number that you see there are very manageable and achievable, and we're going to continue to move toward those goals. I did want to provide some more information on just those two items, centers and institutes and low-performing programs. I promised to do that at the September board meeting. So first on centers and institutes, this is led by the Provost's office and Vice Chancellor for Research. Had a group looking at our 59 official centers and institutes as defined by the system office. You can see the criteria we've been using to work on this. One, the ROI, the dollars in versus the dollars out in terms of what's happening at each of those centers and institutes. Consideration around each unit's mission and history, alignment. Other outputs beyond just the ROI, but other pieces. Each one of them have different missions. There's 3 different missions between research, service, and instruction. And then lastly, just if there's any special consideration around the center or institute. We often know sometimes there's a storied history with several of these, and we have to be mindful of that when we think about what might be possible here. In terms of reduction recommendations, this is what we have received for recommendations, which is a plan to reduce spending by $7 million over several years. I do want to note that's a dollar figure higher than what we contemplated in that previous chart when you looked at the dollar figure. So again, we had 4.8 originally as a target. So again, the recommendation over that, which I think is noteworthy. In terms of timing of savings, again, the recommendation's $3 million up front. We've got some more work to do to realize the other $5 million, or the other $4 million that could be achieved over the next 2 to 3 years. Again, there's some conversations underway to try to get at that. And again, the initial recommendations being 14 centers and institutes to be decommissioned. So we'd be reducing that total down. And again, for a lot of conversation, and rightfully so in higher ed, about never facing those tougher questions about what we're not going to do kind of moving forward, I think here's an example where at least a recommendation at this point from the group looking at this was to try to do that. And then that centers and institutes on the low-performing academic programs. It's not as far along as the centers and institutes, again, led by a group out of the provost's office. You can see the initial evaluation, the factors being considered, whether that's degree production, enrollment, credit hours, how that looks like credit hours over time, so some trend in that area, just looking at demand overall, course sizes, completion rates, and then, lastly, kind of thinking about where it sits strategically, if there's other considerations around that. Again, we envision coming back to you in January with a little bit more information on where that is leading us to which programs are being considered. We also think there's a benefit in bringing that in January, along with talking about the faculty retirement incentive program. Again, the idea of directing that program to lower performing programs as well, and the ability to be able to make sure those are connected in together. So with that, I'm happy to address any additional questions.
Yes, Trustee Allen.
First of all, this is extremely difficult to do. As soon as you start trying to cut budgets, at least in the private sector, people start to try to defend why it's needed. And the great thing about budgets is they create clarity, they create authority levels, they create expectations, what we can do within our departments. So there's a lot of positives. One of the negatives is that over time, people seem to think that if I don't spend it this year, I won't get it next year. And that is the hardest thing to overcome. So if you put some people together to brainstorm how you can get that negative out of the system, and just off the top of my head, one of the things we would do in the private sector is we would take a department and we would say, whatever savings that you guys come up with efficiencies, we're going to pay 10% of that savings back to the employees as a bonus for compensation, so that you're sharing some of the savings and that people see what's in it for them. Have you thought of any of those strategies in order to encourage more efficiency, not just we're going to lose our budget?
It's a great comment. I think we have that opportunity to think, with that 5% plan where we've asked every unit to contemplate 5% in savings. If we felt like there was an opportunity there may be an ability to share in those savings and redirect some of those pieces back instead of just claiming all of that centrally where there's some opportunity. I also think the flavor of funds does complicate this somewhat for the university. So with appropriation, we have a limit on how much we can carry forward year over year, right? So if it's unspent in this year, we can go up to 2.5%, and then we of our operating budget, which puts a cap on what we can actually carry forward. So it does create this incentive for people to spend in that area, and so we have had a lot of conversation on that on campus. Now, sometimes there's an ability to shift some funds, but again, I think it's really shifting expenses where they're parked against which flavor of funds. But that is a complicating factor. I just mention it because it does complicate how we think about what you described.
Trustee Allen, we looked at that when I was on Board of Governors, and it was a sensitive topic that I pushed for the schools to be able to keep more of the money that they would save, and asked for the legislature to allow that as well. Because you're right, if people see that if they spend it, they get to keep it, but if they don't spend it, if they don't spend it, they may lose it, then it creates a disincentive for them. So I do think that's something that we should pursue at both the legislative level, Board of Governors level, and at the school level to encourage responsible spending. Are there other questions? Trustee Allen.
One other thought. It's also, again, in the private sector, it's very difficult to get people to share resources, especially when they have budgets, like sharing trucks or equipment or anything. It becomes mine within the department. With the university this size, I'm sure that's happening. And so is there some type of mechanism to allow that cost to move around where, they'll share equipment and things, but that cost is actually prorated toward that department that's actually using it, so that there is a mechanism that we don't end up buying 10 of the same thing because every department needs it, but utilization is less than 10%. We see that all the time, and if we don't encourage what's in it for the employee, then they're going to tendency to not share items as well. So.
No, great comment, and that's part of what we're trying to do, especially on the procurement side, is just being able to see where there's some duplication where we're spending, and maybe even just have duplicative contracts in place for the same type of service or type of item where we're buying multiple of it, and if there's some way to get some efficiency by bringing those together. Certainly, we could think about how the incentives and how that works with individual units some more, so I think that's a great comment.
Trustee Allison. Sorry, Trustee White.
Yes, sorry, I'm trying not to be the Wizard of Oz here. I just have one comment. It sounds like from what Jim Blaine is saying, and I agree, we talk a lot about the reductions, and from what Jim's saying, there's a concern that we're not being efficient and we're not spending our money the way we should be. I think it would be a good exercise for us, this board, to understand, rather than what we're reducing, what are we doing with the money that we have? And it also sounds like that is something that would be helpful for the Board of Governors to hear.
Great point. And again, I think to that, to follow up on your point, I think getting a clear understanding of the criticisms that are being offered of the university so that we can address them if they're perceptions or reality and dig in. But again, to your point, need to focus on how we are spending our funds as well and the positives around that.
Yeah, Trustee White, I think it is a good point. I just want to note, we're kind of on this journey, right, in terms of fiscal management and budget planning at the institution. And the first step was just improving the transparency around understanding where dollars are at and being able to elevate the conversation on resource allocation. Now we're getting to that stage, and I think you're right to raise it. What are we getting for the dollars? More and more of our policy is shifting in that direction. More and more of the data we're putting in front of you is informing that. I think that's a fair comment. I think we're trying to move in that direction to be more informative on that. I think it also informs how we allocate the resources. So I think it's a fair comment.
Yeah, just to build on that, I just, Nate, just wanted to thank you and your team and your peers as well who are going hard after this, the 70 million, because it's not easy. And also on this prioritization and making the tough decisions around centers and institutes and loan performing programs. It's really hard to stop doing things. So I just want you to know how much I personally appreciate, and I know we do as a board, the hard work here.
I would just like to echo that. I know you were 7'4" and on the junior varsity basketball team when you started this job, and you've lost a few inches of altitude. But yeah, Vice Chancellor, I know a lot of times it's a shoot the messenger situation when you come in here and when you go out into the university ecosystem to share the concerns that the outside has, and I just cannot personally express enough my appreciation of all the hard work you put into this, and just reiterate to you just what an important role that being that messenger is. And I don't think anybody would think it is an inappropriate expense if we got you a little more body armor. So appreciate you.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And Vice Chancellor Knopfman, everywhere we go, of course, you have the full support of this board, but everywhere we go, we hear just so much praise for the efforts and your Herculean lift in terms of the $70 million cut and just other, going back to fixing the structural deficit, lots of things that you've done that definitely go noticed by us and by the legislature and by the federal government, people around the state. Trustee Alvarez?
Yeah, I have a question, but first a comment. Thank you for what you do. Again, just want to reiterate that I think you have one of the toughest jobs at the university right now, but you're always accessible, and we appreciate that. Anytime that we have a question, you will sit down with us and talk about it. And it's great because oftentimes you go to senior administrators and they send you to someone else. They're like, well, my assistant will follow up with you and give you the information that you want. You have sat down with us multiple times to discuss things with your team, and we appreciate you for that. Even, for example, right now we're working on the cluster project, and he's helping us find a space. So he goes out of his way to actually support us, and we know that his umbrella has expanded, and a lot of other things have been brought under your charge as well. So we know that your job is only growing, but you're taking great responsibility for it, and we appreciate it. My question is, what is the timeline for when we will know what the low-performing academic programs and the centers and institutes, when we know which are identified? What is the time you expect that process will?
Yeah, our intent is to bring back detail on that in the January board meeting.
Okay, if there are no further questions or comments, that concludes our business for today. Without objection, we will stand adjourned.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the November meeting of the University Affairs Committee. As acting chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. I'll ask Chris McClure, please call the roll.
Chair Lloyd, Vice Chair Allen.
Here.
Mr. Alvarez.
Here.
Mr. Ballantyne. Here. Mr. Blaine. Mr. Codis.
Here.
Mr. Pryor. Mr. Turner.
Here.
Ms. White.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Our first item of business is to review and approve the open and closed session minutes of the September 24th, 2025 meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve the open and closed session minutes of the September 24th, 2025?
Motion. Oh,
Motion?
motion, yeah.
Second? Second. Any discussion or debate? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Our next item is to hear a presentation of the campus master plan. Vice Chancellor Knuffman is here to present this item.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Allen. It's great to be with you again. No, I'm very happy to be able to present and provide updates on our master plan and some of the activity in this space. You all will remember the Chancellor identified 4 priority areas for working groups last summer. One of those was our physical master plan. I think it's important to have this update. We approached this not just to produce a report that ended up on a bookshelf, but to actually move the institution forward in some key areas. We have updates on those priority areas below. You can see that on this slide. I think what's important, a key driver underpinning all of this is enrollment growth. We were at a critical juncture with our student experience. That's why there's really a prioritization on the campus rec project and housing, which we talked about already a little bit. I'm going to go into more detail on those in a minute. I'll also be able to present a little bit on Carolina North and some updates in that area. I do want to note, though, on Porthole Alley, that was another area of focus. Originally, we spent time looking at that area, contemplating a new admissions center and welcome center in that space. We've since pivoted from the work of that task force and that work group to really think about that more. The Alumni Association as a great spot, better parking, closer to the center of campus, just a better experience for visiting families. I think even just getting that strategic direction has been helpful. And also thinking about Porthole and reserving that for Ackland. We've had some good conversations on that front and continue to believe there's some potential there. On the athletics side in the arena, that was another area of focus for that group. We just continue to work on refining financial and site analysis on that space. Before I get into each of those, yep.
Move off that. Can you talk about Porthole Alley budget and then source of funds and then how that might pivot if Ackland is taking that and how that building design might change? Because I know there was a fair amount of advanced planning done and I don't know where we are in terms of budget and then how much of that would be reused, or are we scrapping that and starting over? Or?
Yeah, I think we're really starting kind of with a fresh slate, really reserving that for imagining what it might look like to think about prioritizing Ackland in that space, just an expansion. We own a little bit more property there, so there's a bigger footprint. In terms of the fund source, though, the idea would be that this would be 100% donor funded. So we're continue to have some good conversations on that front, but we would not be moving forward with the project and expenditure of funds too far down the design process without an assurance on those dollars. So we're still working on that front.
And I would just add, we're using donor funds for the planning as well.
Correct. And before getting into those individual areas, I just want to talk a little bit more broadly about what's happening on campus when we think about just our master plan. One big area that we prioritize is just our infrastructure. This supports a variety of different activity and mission at the institution. We've had some restructuring and reorganization within the facilities division. Our interim AVC, Howard Wertheimer, who some of you who are working on the capital subcommittee have had a chance to work with Howard. We've had a change in our architect position, the university architect position. Again, trying to restructure so that we're able to execute and deliver and stay aligned on where the campus is heading. I think when I mention execute, we are prioritizing improving execution. Minor R&R, those are the small dollars that we have to spend on R&R projects. We've already seen some evidence of an increase. Through the first quarter of this fiscal year, we have already spent more than we did the entire fiscal year last year. So again, I think we're starting to move some projects more aggressively and execute on those. We'll continue to do that. And working on just prioritization. We know there's scarce dollars. We have to do that. Another big infrastructure investment that's going to support the entire campus is just on chilled water. Growing campus, need additional capacity there. Retrofit and upgrading our existing plants, also plans to add a new plant. So a lot of good work there. I talked some about just the planning piece and specifically that Stadium Drive piece. I do want to spend a minute on this, just showing, again, I raise this because it speaks to I think a prioritization of planning and making sure we are maximizing the dollars that we have in place. So here you see the volume of activity along Stadium Drive. We mentioned in the context of the Rec and Wellness Center. That's right there with Fetzer Hall. You can see some of the blue shaded around that, where would be a potential Rec and Wellness Center. But you also see in this space, we see some contemplated dining expansion over at the student stores area. You see a pit renovation, which we have some planning underway in that area to renovate the pit. We've had some water damage, as you all are aware of, in that area. Keenan Stadium improvements. We're all familiar with some of the accessibility challenges on that side of the campus, contemplating some crossroads projects where we'd have other programming potentially intersect with the football stadium, whether that be academic or even on the student programming, such as Rec and Wellness potentially there as well. You see a sports performance center being contemplated over there behind or kind of tucked in near the soccer and lacrosse stadium, which would have both a wellness component for our Olympic athletes, a training area for our Olympic athletes, some parking, also observation area there above that field. New residence hall there for Parker Teague contemplated. We haven't talked about the Alumni Center. And that area, there's some significant renovations. They're in the middle of a feasibility study right now on what that looks like to modernize the admissions, or to modernize the Alumni Center, but also how admissions might fit in there with a visitor center as well. And then the potential of even a football facility there. So again, the reason I think it's helpful to look at this just in the sense of we had that conversation about the timing associated with a Rec and Wellness Center. And when you see that volume of activity, I think it's important to really make sure that we're able to think more holistically about how these things are sequenced, how they might use infrastructure, or how that especially with utilities and some of the parking pieces. One other thing I did not note, some of this activity may allow us to contemplate a difference for the Stadium Drive itself, converting over to potentially not having parking there, but potentially improving that toward a walkway in the center of campus there as well. So I think a lot of exciting potential in that space. And one other thing before getting into updates in those areas is just, I say all of that We are committed to controlling costs and thinking about that when we manage the capital enterprise. And I want to give some credit to this board for the investment of time on several of you on the capital subcommittee. We've had one great meeting. I think we started to make some progress on some recommendations. We have a series of others. I know we've got one scheduled coming up. Again, where we're going to have an opportunity to go deeper on some construction delivery options. You know, in terms of delivery methods, we continue to look at CM at risk, design build. We do look at price comparisons when we're doing this stuff. Obviously on the value management, just thinking about the value engineering side and thinking about the longer term costs of buildings. And then one thing I do want to emphasize here too, it's important when you're managing costs to be accurate in what your planning is and what your projections are on your estimates. Our track record in this space leaves a lot of room for improvement on how we estimate what those costs look like. And so we are considering thinking about a third party there helping us do a better job on the front end, just understanding what's realistic in terms of costs to help us on the management side. So again, I thought it was important just to talk more generally about what's happening on facilities in these pieces before getting into some of these areas. Carolina North. This is really I think the next chapter for Carolina, some good exciting updates. And here, I mean, as you know, the programming on that property, again, first the property, it's over 700 acres. You see there in the picture off of MLK. Of that, roughly 250 are in the dotted line, comprising what was the old airport area. So you can see the area being contemplated. Again, a great opportunity when you think about this region, the growth here, the proximity to campus, and really the what's on the horizon for this institution when we think about growing. So again, enrollment growth, the opportunity to house more students out there, also provide workforce housing for the community and for our campus. The potential of a athletics venue there with mixed-use development around that, adding some vibrancy, academic and research programs. Could there be some additional engineering or a high school out there in that space? So I think a lot of exciting opportunity there. The funding mix is going to depend on the project, and we're continuing to look at that. We are working with RCLCO right now. We've hired them as a development advisor to help us pull together information on this. Our intent is to be able to put out an RFQ in January, and then to be able to select a master developer in the spring.
Have we talked to the city of Chapel Hill or town of Chapel Hill about potential investment in this as well for infrastructure? Because that will be, there's a lot of benefits to Carolina North, which would be we don't have to squeeze in and tear down and rebuild, but we will have initial infrastructure for roads and utility systems. Have they expressed any interest in participating in that, or?
We've had some great conversations with the town of Chapel Hill. We meet monthly with the mayor and the town manager. Carolina North is a standing item just on the agenda for us to discuss through. I think when they think about this area and what it represents and the opportunity it represents for the town and for the region, there's such pressure on housing in the town. There's really not a solution without this being an opportunity to provide more housing there. So I think they're really appreciative of that. We have talked about some of the road infrastructure and some of their elements there. So we continue to have those dialogues with them. It's been productive.
Two quick questions. The first is, we move into Carolina North. Have we come up with an official name for the historic campus, the main campus?
No, but it's a fair point. When we're referring to something as main campus and Carolina North, there's probably something we can think about there.
Okay, and I asked that question because that was kind of like a front for my real question. Remind me, how many acres is the main campus?
It's roughly the same size, about 700 acres. Yeah.
Have you and/or the town begun planning for transportation?
Yeah, and thank you for raising that point. And I should have mentioned this earlier with Trustee Codis's question about cooperation with the town. Bus Rapid Transit is running through that corridor. There's going to be a stop there on MLK, right there at Carolina North, which offers a great opportunity and connectivity to our campus in terms of being able to have more focused bus routes there. And so that has been an area that we
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. What about bike lanes, walking trail? What about DOT ingress, egress, traffic signals? All that needs to be looked at in a comprehensive manner. It takes a lot of time, I'm telling you. DOT is slow. And so you can have all these plans about what you want to do inside those dotted lines, but if we need transportation issues, we need to start now.
No, it's a great point. We are trying on that front. So, as you know, the Interstate 40 exchange at MLK is already being upgraded. That's very helpful. Main corridor to connect to this area. We do need to, part of our what we're working with our development advisor around and our planner right now is just thinking about some of those elements in this parcel. I think the bigger challenge is that connectivity to campus, right? And that connection down, and so it is a key element that we need to make sure we're strengthening and making sure that connectivity is there, right?
If I understand it correctly, BRT would almost work like rail, right? So it'll be sequence lighting, everything. So you're not stopping at a traffic light. So if you're on the rapid transit, you're flowing through like you would on rail. That's kind of how it was explained to me. When we were talking about doing it in Charlotte, I was hoping it'd be the same here. So that rapid transit, once you get on at Carolina North, the next stop, I think we were talking about it at lunch with the chancellors, we approved all the easements for that a couple of meetings ago. It would be literally no time into main campus.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think some exciting updates on Carolina North. Also wanted to just go a little deeper on housing. I mentioned earlier today just the completion of the housing master plan, again, over a 10-year period. We completed it in last year. I think the headline is, we're expanding enrollment, 5,000 students the plan is over the next 10 years. Again, we start from a place where we're housing upper 40% of that current, that number of undergraduate students. As you think about expanding by 5,000 students, our intent is to add 2,200 beds here for undergrad. So again, roughly in the same ballpark in terms of percentage of that growth that we're accommodating in the increase. We also are contemplating some additional undergrad increases out at Carolina North and grad housing of about 1,000 beds out at Carolina North. So our current bed count is roughly 500 for grad, so that would almost double that amount at Carolina North. We are taking into account costs. So I mentioned earlier, over that 10-year period, we're really looking at 5 to 7% increases over that time period. Again, trying to find the right mix of renovation and new through those, and I'll show you some more detail on how we're contemplating that. Another important consideration on this, though, our housing stock, and you all have made this case in the past, it's old, it's in need of renovation, so some of this will really address a pretty hefty backlog of deferred maintenance by doing a lot of this work. Here's a more detail on the timeline, and so I think jumping ahead to the fall here, our residence hall, we've had some conversation about the new residence hall, and you all have approved planning and designer for that. That work is underway. That's going to be the one that replaces Jackson Hall in that area on North Campus, and then into really where there used to be tennis courts, kind of right there in that area. And we might be able to see that a little bit better on the map. The timeline being that would become occupied. The goal is the fall of '28. So again, that work being underway. We also have some work beginning on Parker Teague demo then also Hinton James, starting here in the summer of '28. So kind of as one's coming online, we're taking some others offline and starting to build that. During that time period, this is important just to, we are managing so we're not dipping or reducing bed count during this 10-year period, right? So we're able to stage these appropriately so that we're able to maintain that bed count and then grow. It really grows in the back half of that 10-year period where we start to see some additional bed counts. And you see the other kind of sequencing of either replacements or renovations there through that 10-year time period. So more on the current projects, I mentioned the first residence hall. We've increased that bed count a little bit from when we first began this process and broken it into 2 buildings. At first, we were contemplating 1 building. As we looked at that, and again, you see that in red under the 1, you can see where it's kind of fitting in above those tennis courts in Jackson Hall. We needed to keep it at a height restriction so it stayed kind of in line with the buildings in that area. And so that's why it's really broken into, the thinking right now is breaking it into 2 buildings. Parker Teague, that designer selection, some of you participated in that just recently. And so we're excited to see that project begin to move forward. Of course, that's the piece that I mentioned earlier as part of that Stadium Drive piece. So we're going to be looking at that in the context of all the activity in that Stadium Drive area. That's the number 2. And the third one, Hinton James. I do want to note here, we're reviewing our delivery methods, thinking about whether when it may make sense to look at P3 as a delivery option versus just more of the traditional manner here on campus. And so I know that's one thing we want to look at and go a little deeper on in our capital subcommittee work as well. But I did want to note that that's being contemplated as we think about what that might look like in terms of Hinton James renovation. Lastly, I wanted to just provide a little bit more update on what's happening with campus rec and wellness. You all know the demands in that area. It's for those that have already toured that facility, very tired. It is just not competitive with our peer set at this point and just overcrowded. And so we know we need to increase the square footage. We know we need to upgrade some of the space and some of the equipment in that area. Again, reminder, $120 million project. But that's importantly, that's been through this board, it's been through the Board of Governors. We have selected a designer. We have started that work. And so, again, we are making some progress in that area. And so we're excited to see, kind of the next chapter as we start to put together that master plan for that area. And with that, I'm happy to address or go deeper on any point. I know we covered a lot of ground.
Any discussion or questions?
Actually, this is Ramsey. I have a question. Nate, who's on the physical master planning working group?
That group, well, let's see. That group completed its work last summer. It had a mix of university representatives. It also included a couple of real estate professionals that had worked in the industry for a long time and have connection to Carolina, offered a lot of great insight. It also had, I believe, 3 trustees on there as well. Happens to be 2 of them, I think, were Dave Bullock and Brad Briner. So I think yeah, and Vinay, you were on there. So I think we had 3.
Got it. And so did they come up with these 5 priorities of Carolina North, housing, campus rec, Port Hall Alley, and athletics?
It was a mix. I think we had a directive to kind of focus in on a few areas, but I also think that group, looking at those areas, helped us prioritize within and helped us think about how to move those forward. So coming out of that, I think we really accelerated the urgency around campus rec and housing, and I think that's why you're seeing a little bit more progress on those 2 fronts.
Yeah, if you remember, Ramsey, the whole chatter before this was Port Hall Alley and the gateway to Carolina, but once we went through this process and looked at campus rec and other things, we prioritized at that point in time as a group saying, these are a lot more mission critical than that is right now. So that's why the focus shifted a little bit.
Got it. And I guess last question, how far away, I know we're going to be picking a developer for Carolina North in the new year. How far away from that do you think we are as a board from our process for delegated authority as far as advanced planning?
It will depend on the specific projects. So, housing, it's really going to depend on which parts of Carolina North will come forward. Each of those will intersect with this board, where we'd be asking for planning and working through them, whether that's a housing project, whether that was something else, rec, other areas, we'd be coming back to the board. It's hard to know the exact timing, though. I mean, I do think, I would not be surprised if we have a lot more to talk about in January on that.
Mr. Chairman, I know you're just the messenger, but in my little booklet here, it talks about the campus rec, and we are undergoing planning aligned with the campus master plan from 2019. And now we have this new campus master plan. I'm glad you said it wasn't going to sit on a shelf and get dusty.
Yeah, so thanks for raising that. The most recent campus master plan we have is from 2019. So what we're contemplating here in terms of addressing that area is directionally in line with what was contemplated even in the 2019 plan. That said, I think it's important to note that we recognized the need to revisit and update, which is why that physical master plan working group was established this last summer to give some focus to that master plan, and also to add some reality in terms of funding, to make sure that we could actually move things forward as opposed to just having aspirations without some of those realities. And so I think that's the difference that I'd note.
One question. On this committee for the master plan, did you visit other universities that have done this in the last 5 years? Ask questions, go see?
We have done some of that work. Several of us, not the entire work group, but several of us have visited different areas. So things that might be considered similar to Carolina North, where there's been some mixed use, some innovative things on housing. I know Gordon and myself, we visited UC Irvine that has some interesting workforce housing out there, contemplated that. For each element, we did consider some comparative information. So on rec and wellness, we looked at several different universities that look like us. We also looked at what happened in the system. So several of the system schools have really state-of-the-art rec and wellness centers, and kind of compared where we were at, our square footage per student, some of those elements. On the housing side, we did look at some of that as well.
Any other questions or discussion?
Yeah, just a quick point. I think that it would be great to, in the next few months, talk about a way we can communicate to students that this plan is going on. Sometimes, student government can do its part, but I think that there's an opportunity for the university to, once we kind of know, I guess, an expected timeline of what this will look like, so to tell students, we're building what we know the university has to catch up on and what the needs of the student body are. So I think that students will be really looking forward to see that, because you hear one of the most outstanding problems is, we want to see more facilities. Where are new facilities? People keep talking about this new gym. So I think that it would be ideal too. And I think students will be really welcoming and appreciative of this once it's communicated to them.
That's a great suggestion. And like I said, driving force, we're thinking about, as we expand enrollment, making sure we take care of that student experience. We've already got some strains on that, right? And so we want to make sure that we're continuing to improve, we improve that and really address some of those so that we're well positioned as we move forward. And so I think hopefully you're seeing that throughout this as we're thinking about planning and how we're thinking about the physical infrastructure on campus.
How does the master plan intersect with development? in terms of development opportunities that may inherently be embedded in a lot of these opportunities. Where does that feed in?
Yeah, great question. When I look at this corridor, of course, Mike's gonna, if he was up near me, he would probably kick me. But I see some potential where I think there's certainly some opportunity to integrate some of those dollars in here and be able to help address some of those ideas being considered. I do think that's an active part of the conversation on several of those projects.
Well, I guess I would say that we are in the planning process for the next campaign. We're likely in the next campaign. And we're working with all of our deans and academic leaders as they identify their fundraising opportunities. But clearly, there's an appetite and interest, I think, on donors to participate as this plan comes together. So we're actually optimistic. Not a lot of detail, but we're thinking a lot about it, I guess is what I'd say.
I would just add a couple of these projects that you see here. Obviously, this is speculative. This is not a construction plan, but are largely donor-driven, where donors have come to us with not just an offer to help fund, but also the idea of the project to begin with. And so that's part of what Vice Chancellor Knuffman is getting at when he talks about the need to make sure that the SRC is integrated into the rest of the planning for Stadium Drive. We've had a lot of donor interest in some of these other projects in that Stadium Drive area.
Question, does that dining facility go over the student stores, basically? Is that what that's what I was wondering, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then that would connect to the wellness center, right? Okay, that sounds cool.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That concludes our open session items. I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the University Affairs Committee go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318-11A1, to prevent the disclosure of privileged or confidential information, and also pursuant to Sections 143-318-11A3, A5, and A6.
You've heard the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion or debate? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Without objection, we stand adjourned.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the November meeting of the Committee on External Relations. As chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. Seeing none, I'll ask Chris McClure to please call the roll. Chair Jones?
Here.
Vice Chair Ballantyne? Here. Mr. Alvarez? Here. Mr. Blaine? Here. Mr. Bryan? Mr. Codis?
Here.
Mr. Meekins?
Here.
Mr. Turner?
Here.
Ms. White?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum. Thank you. Our first item of business is to review and approve the open and closed session minutes of the September 24th, 2025 meeting. Has everyone had a chance to review those notes? I'm guessing that's a yes. If so, may I have a motion, please, to approve the open and closed session minutes of September 24th, 2025? So moved. Can I get a second? Any discussion? All? Patrick? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. I would like to take a moment of personal privilege and ask the Director for State Affairs, Amy McConkey, to please come forward, if she could. Thank you. As we all know, UNC is a tremendous asset to our state, and it's really important that we continually and effectively share the full extent of our impact with the citizens that we serve. With that in mind, I would like for Ms. McConkey to introduce a novel tool that is currently still in development that will really help us in terms of how we share our impact with our fellow citizens. We're calling it the Tar Heel Service Footprint. Ms. McConkey.
Thank you, Trustee Jones, and thank you, members of the committee. I am grateful to be able to execute on Perrin Jones's vision for a great new tool to share the impact of UNC-Chapel Hill throughout the state. Trustee Jones came to me some months ago and explained this idea. It was a big idea, and Trustee Jones is not one to back away from big ideas. So was excited to work through the process of putting something like this together. What it is and what we look forward to it being for our campus is a map of the states, of the alumni throughout the state in various occupations. This isn't easily sourced. It requires some data, and fortunately the data is available, but it has required several meetings with stakeholders throughout the state, the Department of Commerce, of course folks on campus who can deliver the expertise to pull this information together. But excited to be able to follow through on Trustee Jones's vision, and what this will be is truly just a map by profession, by occupation, in various regions of the state. And these regions, they're prosperity zones. And so what that means, it's a defined term by the North Carolina Department of Commerce. This is where people generally live and work. We have, commuting patterns that are going to be demonstrated throughout this map. And so what we'll do within each of these prosperity zones, key occupations will be charted from UNC-trained professionals. So we're looking at medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, law, science, R&D, public administration, hospitality, creative arts, the list goes on. But this will be an interactive interface for anyone to come and navigate and understand the impact of our alumni all throughout the state. Beyond that, not only the numbers, we really look to include the wages for these and just a true picture of the economic impact. This is a first of its kind project as far as we know it. We haven't seen any other projects like this throughout the state or really throughout the country. So this project is going to require support throughout campus, and I'm pleased to say this is something we think we can. I mean, this is a complex undertaking, but it's something that we have the expertise internally to create. So we are excited about that. Again, we have worked on similar projects. This is different. We've worked on a project with UNC Research to map the research impact throughout the state. This is really going to be another layer of information for our stakeholders to understand the personal impact of UNC alum, where they live and work and how they spend their dollars. So we have data through the Department of Commerce that maps out for the previous 15 years someone's occupation, and that will be included within this map. So we look forward to rolling it out in the months ahead. We have an aggressive timetable to complete this, but we think we'll be able to get it done in early 2026. And I'm just grateful, Perrin, for your leadership on this initiative. Glad to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. McConkey?
Just, I think that's, I'm sorry, I'm not on the committee, but could I ask a question? Chair Jones?
Trustee Allen?
I think this is fantastic. I had just one question. As we think about this, would another layer also be, for our graduates who are business owners, entrepreneurs, the employment that, because I know a lot of people in my network who graduate from this institution who employ thousands of people in the state, that could be another interesting angle on this also.
Absolutely. We want to include entrepreneurs to the extent we can. Some of this gets kind of complex as we start to drill down into the data. We'd love to include entrepreneurs, members of our armed services and military we want to include as well. So.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Allison, to your point, and I think to your point earlier, I guess it was the Budget Committee earlier today, this is an opportunity for us to really show the impact that the university has across the entire state. So our intent is for this map, once it's live, for someone to be able to hover over a given area and see any number of different, people listed out, or any other number of information about the Carolina impact. What we want is for a person in the legislature or a taxpayer in the state, we want them to know that a dollar that comes to Chapel Hill is one that ends up in their local community. And I think that if we can do that, then we will have really shown the importance in a very practical way for the university across the entire state. Amy, you're kind. It is, as I've said before, ideas are a dime a dozen. It really takes effort to bring those ideas to fruition, and you have certainly been one that has driven this. And I really appreciate your help with it. I would also like to thank, and I'm trying to read my own handwriting, which is difficult at times, Harrison Gilbert, Karina Prasis, sorry, I can't read my writing, Layla Dowdy, who are all from the Office of Vice Chancellor for Research, Nathan Dollar, who is Executive Director for the Carolina Demography at the North Carolina Department of Commerce, Veronica Flash-Polar and Rebecca Orr with the General Alumni Association, Dean Stoyer, Chris McClure, and Amy, of course, you for your help with this. Once we roll this out, I do think it would be beneficial if we could reach out to some of our sister institutions and help them put the same type of information together for their respective schools. And that way we can help show the totality of the importance of the university system across the state. I think that would be a worthwhile goal. So thank you. Yes, Trustee Valentine.
Are we also going to be able to layer students, not just alums?
That's certainly data that we have.
I know, and therefore, I would strike apostrophe S alumni and put impact of UNC.
Great.
And looking at those 16 prosperity zones, when you add students and faculty at a marine science center somewhere, or faculty over here, I just, when you're talking to a legislator, that the more numbers you can show in their area, the better.
Thank you for that. That's certainly something that we could include on this, perhaps as a layer to it, or just all together. Thank you for that.
Trustee Valentine, this is intended to be a living document. So we can, as we're able to pull in more information, we can certainly add layer upon layer to it to show, again, the totality of the impact that the university has on the entire state. Any other questions? All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Our second informational item this afternoon is an update on military support from Lieutenant Colonel Lisa Klakowski, representing the university's ROTC units.
Yes,
Lieutenant
sir.
Colonel,
And
thank you for being
well done
here.
on the name. It's impressive. Most people start a throat, but that was very impressive.
I can read typed. I can't read my own writing, so that's
That's awesome. Well, gentlemen, ladies, thank you, first of all, for giving me the time to speak to you about our amazing ROTC programs here at UNC-Chapel Hill. I'd like to first begin also by introducing my colleagues. So I'm the head of the Army program. I'm accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Samik Parsa. He's in charge of the Air Force program. And then also Lieutenant Tyra, who's representing the Navy program, but that's led by Captain Tanica, who many of you probably know as well. So thank you for your time today. As I arrived at Carolina, I already knew it was special. My husband received his MBA here. I was not an undergrad here. I went to U of I, but my husband really enjoyed his time at Keenan Flagler. And also his sister, Jessie Perquat, was the national champion on the swim team. So I already knew it was special, and arriving here, I've been very welcomed. And so I really, really appreciate that. Next slide, please. Or maybe I have controls. There we go. Okay. So we have the three services represented here. And again, my colleagues can speak to any details that you may be interested in. But what's significant to note is that many people think about developing an Army officer and they think, yes, okay, well, they have to take the Army ROTC class or the Navy ROTC class or the Air Force ROTC class, but there's a lot more that goes into it than that. You can see in front of you here, we also do physical training, which most of you probably assumed as well, as rigorous physical training, but the Chancellor can keep up, so that's pretty fantastic to see. But we also have many, many other things that go into developing an Army officer or a naval officer or Air Force officer. Those things include extensive mentorship. So they are mentored within the community. We reach out to alumni and also many of the professionals that exist down the street at Fort Bragg. There's also many, many professional development opportunities. So you can see in the top right corner, that's one of our cadets, Cadet Carmichael, Jackson Carmichael. He attended Air Assault School this summer. And so even as a cadet, he's received a badge to be able to wear on his uniform. He attended with all other soldiers that are currently serving in the Army. And so the summer experiences are plentiful and for each service. Additionally, we have Cadet Chuck Whitmire. He attended something called Project Go. It's a study abroad program funded by the DoD, and he went to Kyrgyzstan to work on Russian. And so all of our cadets and midshipmen are phenomenal people and develop themselves in incredible ways, and they also represent the Carolina brand very, very well across the world many times. Other required events to make a military officer include summer training, usually their junior year, so the summer of their junior year. Specifically for Army, it's something that we call Cadet Summer Training. And this is where they go to Fort Knox. It's approximately 5,700 cadets nationally descend on Fort Knox, and then they're evaluated across the ranks with their peers. What this means is that our cadets do very, very well, and I hope you know that and recognize that. Just in the Army class, we had over half distinguished military graduates, which is normally reserved for the top 20% in the nation. We have over half of our cadets already qualifying for that. So after this training, cadets are nationally ranked as a requirement to graduate and commission into the military. Each service has a similar construct as well. We also had number 36 in the nation, Claudia DePauli. She's a very talented cadet here. And so this just speaks to the incredible things that our cadets are doing, not only for Carolina, but they're representing well, again, nationally and across the world. All right, so I'd like to talk next about successes on campus. We're incredibly thankful for the support of the Carolina community with the recent dedication of the Armory last year on the historical register. It's also a significant location because it's central to campus. With the cadets' busy schedule, this allows them to attend classes and to satisfy all of their ROTC requirements, which are plentiful. Additionally, we're very, very thankful for the relationship with athletics. So we utilize Keenan Stadium, as many of you know, for the 9/11 stair climb, but what you may not know is we also do PT at Hooker Fields between 6 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, if anyone wants to join. It is a very rigorous activity, but all three services utilize Hooker Fields, and we're very grateful for that. Additionally, as scheduled, we utilize Bowman Pool for swim training. We also use Corey Natatorium for swim training. We use Fetzer Hall for wrestling, and we also provide color guard at multiple events. Athletics is instrumental in allowing us to utilize these facilities and also to participate in these fantastic events. Additionally, major events that bring the community together, we all know, again, 9/11 stair climb is a huge one, but as you also probably know, the Military Appreciation Day game is a huge event each year that brings the community together. We also had Stop Soldier Suicide this year. It was a ruck march, and we raised over $11,000. We were the top-ranked ROTC nationally to provide fundraising for this effort. Additionally, we support the Veterans Day ceremony in Orange County, among many, many other things. Again, the partnership with athletics is critical, and a big thanks to Michael Beal, Neil Franzer, and Rick Steinbacher, as well as Bubba Cunningham and James Sperling for their incredible support. We would not be able to have the opportunities that we have without their support. We're very grateful for that. Additionally, I spoke to the busy schedule of the cadets. So not only do they have their Army requirements, but they also have very challenging degree plans, many of which are STEM majors. And early registration helps us to help them to be able to schedule those very, very specific classes around their ROTC requirements. So early registration is definitely something to sustain. ROTC also instills a service mindset. So specific to Army ROTC and similar to the other programs, we require 10 hours per semester of community service from our cadets because service is so important and also aligns with the school's efforts for service mentality as well. We also align with Red Cross and the university. We hold multiple blood drives each year, and we've got 2 in planning for this year. The cadets also provide service to Habitat for Humanity. So again, the cadets are really, really representing well across the community. Next, mentorship in the community. Fort Bragg has been fantastic. We also have really, really fantastic instructors here on campus that support our cadets. And the list grows every single day. Just to name a few, John Brooker is a former JAG, now teaches at the university. He teaches a UCMJ class each year. Ambassador Barbara Stevenson has been incredible. She's spoken with the cadets several times, and she's also welcomed them to the diplomacy initiative that she leads. We also have Rich Martin, General Shachapal, Admiral Aquavella, Colonel Jeff Wright, just to name a few alumni that are incredibly involved in the ROTC programs each year, and they return each year. Additionally, last but not least, Ideas in Action is a fantastic success that we've had. So right now, Army has the high impact credit, which has been supported from the school. Army and Air Force have. Navy's working on the high impact credit to support the cadet experiences to get credit for Ideas in Action here. Additionally, Navy's actually opposite, so they've cracked the nut on getting the other gen eds to be supported, and Army and Air Force are working on those. So again, incredible traction with the university and support in understanding that our cadets have these really, really incredible experiences, most of which are external to the university, but definitely support some of the high impact requirements. If any questions, I'll move on to the next slide. All right. Oh, shoot. There we go. So for some opportunities, I think it's important to continue the momentum that we have here at Carolina. And one of the things that would help to keep Carolina on par with many of the other organizations or universities that have ROTC programs is some sort of room and board assistance. So many universities, including Vanderbilt, Villanova, Ohio State, Tulane, University of Illinois, and Virginia State, just to name a few, support with some either an entirety of supporting room and board or a small fraction of it. Some of them also only withhold that to the top performing cadets, and some of the universities also withhold it to cadets that did not achieve a scholarship. I'm sure you're wondering, why would we ask for this if you have the national scholarship? So many of our cadets do receive a national scholarship. But what would really be helpful to have some sort of offset in cost is cadets that become interested in the program after high school. So the national scholarship accommodates people that are interested in ROTC in high school and they have to apply their senior year. What we cannot do right now is we can't provide scholarships to students that see the amazing things that the ROTC program is doing, and they decide to join later on in their school career. And so consideration for ways to offset the cost would be welcome. Additionally, there's already some legislature to assist active duty soldiers with in-state tuition, and National Guard soldiers with in-state tuition if they're out of state. This does not extend to our ROTC students, unfortunately, and that may be something that we will continue to explore in the future. As far as continuing the momentum with athletics integration, again, they've been incredible supporters and we're so appreciative. Additional support would be fantastic. As you can see here, we've got Cadet Max Schweitzer. He is maxing the deadlift for the Army fitness test. I tease Max, I'm like, this is Max maxing. And he's an incredibly fit individual. That's 340 pounds, if you can do some quick math, that he's deadlifting for the Army fitness test. So it is a rigorous test. Unfortunately, we don't really have the facilities to really support additional fitness in the right way. We're working with athletics to see if there's a way to get some access to their gym. And additionally, we're looking at ways to provide a storage location on Hooker Field. So you're probably wondering where that equipment came from. Well, that equipment is provided to us from the Army, so the Army pays for it. It's Army property I have to sign for and keep track of. And our storage used to be off to the side of Hooker Fields, and we used to have a trailer to be able to store at Hooker Fields. Unfortunately, we don't have that anymore with the new turf install. We're not allowed to bring the trailer down. And so what happens every morning before PT is cadets park the cadre park the trailer on the street. Cadets have to walk the equipment all the way down, and so it is pretty time intensive. There's probably the ability to create a storage facility at Hooker Fields. A similar thing was made for the student club athletes, and so we're in talks with Campus Rec about the possibility of supporting such a storage facility, which would be quite beneficial. Additionally, research and connection driving opportunity and growth. You all are very aware of our incredible research going on here at Carolina, and we're very, very grateful for that. Why is research important to cadets? Well, it is important because some of the projects that are being worked on here at Carolina are going to go and help to protect them as they serve in the military. So I really hope to continue that momentum, and if there's a way to better assist with liaising between Carolina and Fort Bragg and also Camp Lejeune, that would be fantastic. in comparison with some of our competitors, other schools that are competitors, we're a little bit lower on the research funding for DoD than them. And so I think it's a huge opportunity, and so shameless plug to help cadets to protect them with this cutting edge research, I think would be really, really valuable. Last but not least, I'll go to the next slide, please. There we go. So again, I'm the lead for Army ROTC. Air Force is Lieutenant Colonel Parsa, and then Captain Tanica is for the Navy. We're incredibly grateful for all the wonderful support they receive here at Carolina, which supports so many amazing opportunities for cadets. Specifically, Air Force ROTC had a cadet just recently, several cadets actually recently just entered the Space Force as well, which is an incredible accomplishment. Naval ROTC has produced incredible research with their students collaborating with other instructors here at the university. And so it is important to note that our cadets are not just military all the time. They're contributing to the community, and they're helping to extend the great brand of Carolina. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Does anyone have any questions for the Lieutenant Colonel?
Yes, sir. So in total, it's approximately 134. So for Army ROTC, we're usually between 60 and 70 at any given time.
Trustee Alvarez.
I have a question regarding the impact of the federal shutdown on military students, because I have a friend that is part of the North Carolina, is it the National Guard, I believe, yeah, and she was supposed to get her tuition basically funding released to the university, I think, October 15th, and that didn't happen because of the shutdown, and then she has been looking for a full-time job ever since to be able to afford her rent. So are you guys getting a lot of students who are impacted by this? Because I know the timeline, a lot of payments happened right when the shutdown started.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'd love to hear about all you guys are doing with that.
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. One thing that's amazing that Carolina is doing is those students aren't blocked from registration. So everyone that has the scholarship is impacted. The scholarships have not been paid. And so what's been incredible is that there's no hold on their accounts or anything like that. They're allowed to register for classes, and so the university hasn't penalized the cadets for that. Obviously, it's not their fault. For cadets not on scholarship, they really see no impact. But for, I know the student you're talking about, and so one of the scholarship perks, she's got a couple going on there. We're working with the National Guard to try to help her out with that. She has received a partial payment, but for sure, some of the students that apply the scholarship in different ways, because they can either elect to get room and board, or they can elect to get tuition and fees, depending on their financial situation. Those that elect to get room and board often use that money for an apartment or to make ends meet. And for those students, they are really struggling right now because of the impact of the shutdown. Now, shameless segue to our next speaker, Rob Palermo, MVSSC, has been instrumental in helping us to navigate some of these challenges to make sure that basic needs are met, but some students are still challenged. Thank you for that question.
Trustee Pryor.
I just want to recognize how lucky the university is to have you here, and you're very modest to not even mention anything about your career, but prior to this, you were among the most elite helicopter pilots in the world with the Special Operations Aviation Regiment Task Force 160.
Yes, sir.
And what a unique thing that is, so.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Our cadets are what's special here, though. I'm happy to be a part of the community, but I am thankful for that recognition. Any other questions?
I don't believe so.
Are you getting up there to do push-ups? Picture was taken right before I knocked out.
He's like, get out of here, cadets.
Volunteer for the Duke game.
That'd be good.
I was able to join the RTC unit on Saturday for a 15K run. That's awesome. And to your point, Trustee Pryor, it's no secret that Colonel Klakowski is like my favorite person on campus. She's up there with the field hockey coach. So really the work that she does with her team to support our cadets is phenomenal. We're fortunate to have such a robust ROTC program here, and we're trying to support them every way that we can.
And the Chancellor Crush, I don't know if you guys heard that, but he rucked with a ruck as well. So he didn't just walk all of those miles, it was weighted. It was very impressive. All right, well, thank you, gentlemen, for the
Thank you.
opportunity, and ladies, I really appreciate it.
Next, I would like to invite Rob Palermo, who is the Director for the Military and Veterans Student Success Program.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. While I wait for our slides to appear, I'll introduce myself. There we go. My name is Rob Palermo. I'm a United States Coast Guard veteran, and I have the privilege to serve here at UNC as the Program Director for Military and Veteran Student Success. And I'd like to start by telling you a little bit about how we got to where we are today in terms of supporting our student veterans and other military students on campus. Our goal, as you see on the slide, is holistic support for our students from the time that they're admitted until the time that they graduate. We want them to thrive here at Carolina just like every other student that comes. Back in 2014, Dean Rickenberg set up the first services for student veterans outside of simple certification of VA benefits in the Dean of Students office. And in 2017, with help from a previous iteration of this group, this Board of Trustees, was able to stand up the Carolina Veterans Resource Center, which was the first facility that we had to support these students on our campus, and it was also the first such facility in the UNC system. At that time, a strategic decision was made to continue to house those services in the Dean of Students office, because that is the office that was best positioned to provide the type of ancillary support that these students would continue to need. We are fortunate now, with the help of this Board of Trustees, with the help of the Chancellor Roberts, from the day he took office, has been a very strong supporter of the military community here on campus, and of Dr. Jones, who I met first when he wandered into my office on my second day on the job, about halfway through the day, to find out what we were doing here on campus, and he handled that with the grace and aplomb I've come to know characterizes everything he does. He has since been one of our leading advocates to, among other things, achieve having a new facility on campus that we will be opening tomorrow afternoon officially, and we cordially invite all of you to join us in that joyous occasion. That facility now puts us once again in a position of leading in terms of the services that we are able to offer our students in North Carolina. We are back on top in the system, in that where we belong, I feel like. Over the last 5 years, we have gone from one of hundreds of silver tier military-friendly schools in the country to a gold tier school for the first time in 2023. And for the last 2 years, we have been ranked in the top 10 nationally for tier 1 research institutions. That doesn't happen without a lot of help from campus partners and a lot of help from leadership, and we've been blessed to have that. We serve approximately 1,600 students right now. As you can see on the slide, we break them down essentially into 3 categories because they are 3 different groups of military-affiliated students with very unique needs. Our currently serving students, active duty, reserve components, National Guard, and our veterans, numbering about 1,200, is the first group. We serve just over 1,300 dependent students, mostly the children of veterans or actively serving members, and we support the outstanding work that Lisa, that Lieutenant Colonel Parsa, that Captain Tanica, and the ROTC units are doing on campus that you just heard about. We don't have to do much because we have some of the finest ROTC programs in the country here on campus. Lisa, as you mentioned, is very humble about such things. But we do offer ancillary support and the opportunity for them to get, by interacting with some of our students, many of whom have served for decades, some different and interesting perspectives on what military service is like, and we hope that that will help them become even better officers as they prepare to serve in the finest military the world's ever seen. And that's what we want to be able to have a small part in helping them do. These are some of our key programs and services. One of the things I would like to highlight here is that we have been able to, because of the student-facing programming that we offer, provide the type of support that we are able to contact our students when they are first admitted, get them in for our boot print to heel print orientation program, and support them throughout their time here at UNC. And that includes as they are preparing to graduate and go on to the next step in their journey. I will echo Lisa with a shameless plug for the next speaker, which is Charles McMillan and Carolina Veterans Alumni Network. They are an invaluable resource in helping us mentor those students, help them network, help them get the connections that they're going to need to succeed in the next step. We also offer Green Zone training, which is a short training that I do 7 to 8 times a semester that acclimates faculty and staff with who military students are, what the unique challenges they face are, and what some of the best practices for working with them are. Since 2021, we have trained 742 faculty and staff in Green Zone, and that's created a network of allies across campus throughout the different academic departments as well as student services departments that can serve these students in the best way possible. This picture is of some of the students that are part of the Carolina Student Veterans of America. That is a student-led group on campus. These students are a tremendous value add to our community in all sorts of different ways. What you see them doing right now is a Habitat for Humanity build. They do that about 4 times a year as part of the activities that they do as a group. They also work on the beautification project for the Durham VA's campus, where they go and help clean up and do other work around the hospital to make it basically a more appealing place for needy veterans to come to. These students represent, as do the students Lisa talks about, the 1% of Americans today who are willing to raise their hand and say, I will put on the uniform, I will become part of something bigger than myself. And they deserve the best that we can give them, and that is why MVSS matters. We are here to create a holistic community for these students and for them to have a place that they can come to, that they know whatever is going on that they need support with, they can get, and that they can be understood, and that their unique experiences will be understood. We also, again, are appreciative to university leadership because of the support that they've offered in all of those different endeavors, because it takes a lot of different people to help these students succeed across a lot of different departments. And the Board of Trustees is a valuable resource as well. Perrin Jones, again, for example, has mentored and helped many of our students as they prepare for the next steps in their journeys beyond UNC. And we're very grateful to him and to the board for that. So what's next for us? Because these students matter so much to us, we want to not just stand still. We want to strive to achieve excellence and to keep progressing and make our services more robust and expand them in ways that we haven't been able to do in the past. You can see some examples of what we're currently able to do and what we want to not just sustain but grow. So that is what we're asking you to continue to support us in. Again, we're grateful for the support that we've had, and we are looking forward to continuing to partner with university leadership to do that. This is how you can reach us if you have questions or if you're interested in learning more about the center and the work we do. You can talk to myself or Dean Rickenberg. We're happy to answer those types of questions anytime, and I am happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Director Palermo? Real quickly, the grand opening is tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
At 4:30. 4:30.
Mm-hmm.
And is there a link where everyone can find where the center is if they're able to attend?
It is in Student Services Building South on the first floor, but the ceremony itself is going to be outdoors in the plaza between the two Student Services building. I believe Mr. McClure has the details because we asked him to extend the invitation to everyone.
I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that tomorrow if they're able to attend. Okay, that would be fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have any questions for Rob?
I was just, so Ramsey, I just wanted to say thank you. This is a great presentation, and it looks like a good model for other groups in student affairs. So thank you for doing what you do for student success.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon.
Absolutely.
Our final presenter today is Charles McMillan. Charles is a graduate, 2015 graduate, and is the president of the Carolina Veterans Alumni Network. He is also a U.S. Army veteran. Charles, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, just real quick, I want to say thank you to Dean Regenberg and Rob for their outstanding efforts for veterans. When I transitioned here in 2013, combat veteran, 82nd Airborne Division, there was nothing here. Myself and other soldiers, we were struggling to fit in. Some of us were suffering from PTSD. Some of us were just trying to navigate the monster that's UNC. And because of efforts like that, we no longer have to do that. The veterans who come here now, they have a strong base of support from the chancellor all the way down to the staff. So I really say thank you for that. But real quick, my name is Charles McMillan, class of 2015, and I'm the president and founder of the Carolina Veteran Alumni Network, CVAN. So the reason why CVAN started, just real quick, was to really serve as an alumni group, an affinity group for veterans who have served this great nation for the University of North Carolina. As everybody knows, we're the first public school in the nation. We've had veterans who fought in literally every war since our nation's founding. And we really discovered that there was never a group for us, or any affinity group. So some very motivated individuals, Jacob Hinton, Lee Drew, Robert Harrington, and countless others, we decided to establish this group. And within the group, we have found community, and we've really learned to advocate, for veteran issues on campus, to ensure there is always a veteran presence on campus to receive students who are coming from that next conflict, to receive students who are coming from whatever branch of service, to let them know they have a home here, and what I like to say, Carolina is for me. That being said, so we have a quick testimonial just to show the transformative power of UNC. There is an individual from the United States Marine Corps, attended University King Flagler Business School, and it just really talks about the transformative effect of education and the, what I'll call, tremendous support, the school has done. But there's also room for growth. I think UNC is on the precipice of something special. Not only support veterans, and to be the military choice, for veterans, the military choice for active duty and national security practitioners. We have the opportunity to be this public Ivy school of choice, to be a global leader and a national leader. And here's some couple of observations and missed opportunities. And this is to really have a positive outlook on it. Some people say they're missed opportunities. I think they're opportunities for growth. Right now, some of the observations is the initiatives and programs across Carolina and research, it's not in line with the strategic initiative. There's siloed, it's not necessarily best communication between each organizations. We also find limited pathways to get into North Carolina. I will say the one thing Carolina does very, very well that I participated in was the CSTEP program, Carolina Success Transfer and Excellence Program. However, there was no visibility of that program when I was at Fort Bragg. I just happened to stumble across it when I was in community college, when people who believed in me more than I believed myself said, I can come here, I have the ability. So I'm forever grateful for the opportunity. But I also always say there's underactivation of the North Carolina military bases, whereas Camp Lejeune, Fort Bragg, Seymour Johnson, and Cherry Point. When I was transitioning from the military to higher education, went to education office on campus. There is a presence from every school in the UNC system but UNC, and we are the crown jewel of the UNC system, which I found strange at the time. There are hundreds and thousands of family members in North Carolina who are military affiliated. When we do the numbers, it's about 615,000. If you include retirees and just people who just stay behind, it's probably close to 1 million people in North Carolina that represent some type of military affiliation. What's unique about that is North Carolina has the largest concentration of special operations in the nation, ergo the world. And I believe we can do a better job of really leveraging that. An example would be one of my mentors came and spoke at a panel yesterday that the chancellor was at, Lieutenant Colonel Bob Curtin. He was in a special mission unit, Tier 1 at Fort Bragg. And when we'll have discussions with him, colleagues, my colleagues, peers, and friends, they always ask themselves, is there a place for Carolina at me? A place for me at Carolina? And I always advocate there is a place, but I think it's something we could do better at. Is really letting people know Carolina can be for me. So here's an opportunity to build on the momentum that Rob Desiree and the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor have all contributed to. First thing I want to say is we could probably raise our awareness a lot more in this space. We have peer universities, will be found in our appendix. They're really leading the way when it comes to being a leader in national security and supporting veterans. A quick example, I wanted to come back here for my graduate degree. I was in the intelligence community once I graduated. There was not an opportunity for me to come back because the programming didn't exist. The government's money and myself, we went to Johns Hopkins University. Great university, but I would rather be a double Tar Heel. And that's the case, anecdotally speaking, for many members who came here and now transitioned to the national security community, but want to come here but unable to because the programming just doesn't exist. We definitely have some short-term actions. We can definitely name some veteran ambassadors to each school. We can target community current opportunities. One opportunity is Department of Defense has basically an ROTC program for civilians. And one of our sister schools, North Carolina A&T, is a pilot university in that. And within that program, the Department of Defense, they identify talented undergraduates. They'll pay full tuition in order to be DoD civilians once they graduate. We're not leveraging that. And I think it's just because there's a lack of awareness of what's going on and what opportunities are out there. Some midterm actions we have, we can definitely, I would encourage the Board of Trustees to establish a commission to really research opportunities, across the nation and within North Carolina and within the DoD to really understand, how can we better serve our national security community, our military, and our veterans. I like to say we should start small wins, achievable wins. I've been working with Keenan Flagler Business School and Miss Amy Parker, and one thing I researched is there are no executive development programs for senior non-commissioned officers. There are plenty for commissioned officers, journal officers, colonels, but none for senior non-commissioned officers. So I reached out to some peers and colleagues of mine who are still in the service to say, hey, can we do something innovative at UNC? Can we do something that leads the nation? Can we do something first of its kind? And due to the efforts of Miss Amy Parker at the Executive Development Office, we can come up with a program that supports senior non-commissioned officers. It will be a leader in the nation. It will be the first, like we always do at University of North Carolina. Some key recommendations. I do like to keep it simple. We have a multi-year plan to really establish North Carolina to be the school of choice, the public ivy of choice, for the national security community. First recommendation being authorize a task force to really research what's going on, identify the problem statement, and to really address it, to come up with recommendations for the Board of Trustees and Chancellors to really execute on this vision we have. Have a change acceleration plan to really shepherd all the resources UNC-Chapel has. So we have a strategic effort, what I call a show of force in the military, to let people know we are the premier institution, not only in North Carolina, the nation, and one of the premier institutions of learning in the world. And that can only be done by collaboration across all departments. Another recommendation is we really need to catalog what's going on at University of North Carolina. I know their schools are doing great things for military, national security, and veterans, but I don't necessarily see we're all talking to each other. Are we really in line with the Board of Trustees' strategic goal of becoming the most veteran-friendly, where I challenge the public ivy of choice for the military and national security? We should nominate ambassadors, like I said earlier, and really designate a leader, within the University of North Carolina to lead this effort. And also say marketing, in our market. We need to really create better outreach on bases. When I talk to my former soldiers, I was a staff sergeant in the Army, my colleagues, and I ask them, do you think UNC is for you? They say no. And when I ask them why not, they're like, well, I don't know anything about it. There's no presence on base. So I'm going to go with great institutions like Fayetteville State or UNC Pembroke, but they never consider UNC a real option. I really have an opportunity to create programming, not only for military, but the national security community as a whole, to drive these unique educational opportunities within North Carolina to really serve our very unique population. So with that being said, I'd like to take time to answer any questions or address any issues or concerns from the board.
Charles, thank you for your time here today and your service to our alumni and to the institution. Does anyone have any questions for Charles? The cat has everyone's tongue. I would just like to take a moment to thank Rob and Colonel Klokowski for their service as well. And I realize that the university has a strong relationship with our ROTC units and with our veterans that are currently on campus. With respect to the CVAN, I'm hopeful that today will really be the beginning of a longer term and more direct relationship between the university and our military affiliated or veteran alumni. And I'm hopeful that with some of the ideas that you brought forth here today that we'll be able to bring those to fruition as we go into the future. So thank you very much for being here. Trustee Coates.
So I was wondering if sitting here, I was like, gosh, I'd really like to hire some people that are like y'all. So how would alumni that are interested in hiring some of our military-related students find them? Is there a specific way, a career office where we could find permanent hires or interns that are looking for jobs in our fields?
Yeah, if I'm understanding the question correctly, is how can we connect our alumni within CVAN to our students, current student population, to really help them find jobs and provide mentorship in the future? Is that correct?
Yes, and alumni as well.
And alumni as well. Well, we have two initiatives we're working with. We're working with the MVSS and also with the Career Development Services to really partner our distinguished alumni, with students and veterans as well, to provide mentorship. When we have a alumni who happens to be a hiring manager, we'll post on our LinkedIn page. We'll come out to school. We'll speak to students and say, hey, there are opportunities within this field. And one way we do this, we hold a leadership panel every year. We have during Women's History Month, and it's our Women in Government Leadership Panel, where we'll have distinguished alumni who are women from UNC and from the military national security community to come and share their experiences. And the intent is, with them sharing their experiences, is to really connect them, to show the students, hey, I can be like that person one day, whether it's Admiral Acavella, whether it's Deputy Secretary Bashir, whether it's Dr. Landon Freeman, who is a career CIA officer. And that's the way we connect them. We are definitely working with Career Services and MVSS to formalize that process. But I also like to say that opportunity is not just for veteran students, it's for all Carolina.
Just really want to thank you. I can't think of a better way to serve than to, go to the military and coming back to support other students. Thank you for passing it forward. I think that it has a great impact, and students really benefit from having someone who already went to service and coming back and mentoring them. So it's really honorable. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. With that being said, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of the board.
I appreciate your time. Our last informational item is to hear an update from Michael Andreasen, Vice Chancellor of Development, and Dr. Jason Mihalik, Department of Exercise and Sports Science, Director of the Matthew Feller, is that right? Is that correct? Center and Chief Executive Officer of the Thrive Program. Mr. Andreessen, Dr. Mihalik. Thank you.
Trustee Jones and members of the committee, External Relations, good to be with you. I'm going to keep my comments relatively short for two reasons. One, we are in the midst of the fall busy giving season, and so I have less data to share as we are out and about doing our work. But more importantly, I really like to delegate most of my time to Professor Mihalik to really show the power of philanthropy that I think is uniquely representative of a place like Carolina, and in spirit of the theme of Veterans Day yesterday and honoring our veterans throughout this meeting. So just some quick data. I promised I would always show you data when I show up. So through the end of October, $126 million in gifts. That's all of it. That's up from a year ago. And remember last year, we ended up about 12.5% over the year prior. So I like to see continuing momentum building from year to year. Cash, which is the cash both in terms of current gifts and payments on previous gifts, slightly lagging, but still holding our own, and we'll continue to monitor that as we go throughout the end of the calendar year. Most important, maybe not most important, but equally important, we are actually asking more people for money than we did last year, and last year we asked more than the year before. So our metrics and our accountability for our development professionals continues to have a real effect on the amount of work and activity we do. So we have, through the end of October, asked 319 people for a gift of $100,000 or more. And we would like to see that trend continue throughout the year. We are also busy identifying the next generation of donors. These are the number of visits and conversations we've had with folks to ask the question, do you think you might be a donor of that capacity? And 265 people have been contacted through the first 3 months with that question. So that's really the report for the year, but last time we met, you had a few questions for me. I wanted to make sure I responded to those questions and then give a little bit of contextual background on the $471 million total we celebrated, which was the fiscal 25 total. Trustee White, I think is online, asked the question with regard to the 6 $5 million gifts and above that we reported. How much of that was cash versus pledges? 22% was outright cash, 41% was pledges, and about a little over a third was deferred. On 6 gifts, that's pretty interesting math. The second question was, were any of them first-time donors? And the answer is no. They were all previous donors who had now stepped into that new level. Trustee Turner, you asked the question of those $100,000 gifts that we celebrated. 365 of them were secured last year. What percentage were alumni? 21% were alumni. That's actually lower than the 54% of the total gifts. And so as we get into larger gifts, I guess it goes to without saying that we talk to parents and other folks, but that broad base of lower gifts, you're going to see a lot higher percentage of alumni. So that is the report on the questions. I thought you might find it interesting that 471 million, 103,000 transactions. So we're doing lots of activity, small and large. 40,000 people, individual donors. 57,000 donors, so sometimes we have multiple donors in the same family, but we're recognizing more than just the one individual. 3,000 new pledges, that would be a 5-year pledge typically, and 146 realized gifts and planned gifts. And to be very careful and respectful, that's folks who made plans in their state, and then that situation happened. They passed on to a better life and left us their portion of their state. And we want to honor and celebrate folks who make that kind of commitment, a deeply personal commitment. About 146 were those realized last year. And then finally, we created 29,000 new records, We updated 50,000, just shy of 50,000 addresses, and we had 5,000 of our donors pass last year. So just wanted to give you a sense of the scale of work that we do. Now, I'm going to stop and just make a couple comments about Dr. Mihalik and his work, and then let him tell you. You know, we often talk about the mission, the public mission of our institution, research, teaching, and public service. And then we think about the role of philanthropy. Without the work that was already being done at this great university, years in the making, and I think Jason will share that with you, and then with the infusion of a $12.5 million gift from the Bernie Marcus Foundation and the establishment of the Avalon Network, we are now taking that research and that philanthropy, and we are changing lives of veterans. And I can't think of something we'd be more proud of to exemplify this work that we do. I say this because this was a starter gift to get it going, and the Chancellor has been quite clear that he expects us to lean in and raise additional resources to keep this program not only beyond its initial seed funding, but to actually have it become a sustaining program at Carolina. So we are about the business, working with the College of Arts and Sciences development team to elevate our fundraising activity to support Jason's work, continue and grow his work. And with that, I'll ask Professor Mihalik to come up and give his report.
Thank you, Mike, and members of the board for offering me some time here this afternoon. As a professor of exercise and sports science, I do realize you've been sitting down most of the day. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask if anyone wants to stand up and take a couple lunges and stretch for a minute here before we continue. But I appreciate your time, and I'll try and keep it as short as possible. As Mike mentioned, I'll be here talking primarily about the Thrive program, which is a program geared towards helping veterans that are suffering from service and non-service related brain injuries and post-traumatic stress. It was a journey to get to the point where we were able to establish the Thrive program, and that journey roots itself in about 30 years of research here on campus, building up to that idea and that mindset. Our work in concussion started here on this campus 30 years ago, 1995, and over the years and the decades, we have built the Matthew Gefeller Center into one where it's an internationally recognized research center, of which international guidelines around concussion management are based in large part on the research that we generate here at UNC. In 2010 is when we kind of named the research area around Matthew Gefeller. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the story, Matthew was a sophomore at R.J. Reynolds High School in Forsyth County, playing in his first varsity football game, sustained a traumatic brain injury event that he passed away from a couple of days later. He passed on August 24th of 2008, as you can see on the slide, and on August 24th of 2009, we met Bob Gefeller, Matthew's father, for the first time. So as you can imagine, that was a very emotionally charged meeting. And within a year after, the project at Stallings-Evans Sports Medicine Complex was wrapped up, and we were able to open a center within that building named after Matthew. And the intent of that center was to generate research and to do work in this area to enhance health and player safety among young athletes, or athletes young and old. All the work that we do in the Matthew Gefeller Center is extremely applied. We are not a bench science laboratory. There's valuable data and work that is done in those spaces on campus that we borrow from. But the applied work that we do is really meant and geared towards changing rules, changing policy, changing law, of which we have a hand in within the state over the last couple of decades. One of the things that came out in the early 2010s was a change to the NCAA and NFL kickoff rule. Anyone who's a football fan knows when that kind of rule came into place. That rule change was made primarily from data collected using sensor data in college football players here on Keaton Stadium over the 6 to 7 years that preceded that rule change. So another example of kind of cutting edge innovative research that we do here on the campus, but leading to a very public facing change in policy and rules changes. Again, all geared towards keeping those athletes safe and injury-free. Around that time, we were approached by our colleagues at Fort Bragg. For those who are unfamiliar, Fort Bragg is home to anyone who wears an Army uniform. So whether you're Special Operations, Special Forces, you're in the conventional Army or Airborne, you're National Guard or Reserve, and you're federalized into service, you are headquartered at Fort Bragg. So very large Army presence here and our state represents a lot of branches or a lot of the other branches as well, excuse me. But we were approached by the special operations community. They recognized the work that we were doing with our athletes, and what we were doing with our athletes here on campus was leaps and bounds further than what the Army was expecting of service members and the kind of clinical information that they were capturing from some of the world's most elite warfighters. And so they approached us. We partnered with them in 2012, and we realized that over the years, they are exposed to things that, very fortunately, our civilian athletes, our college athletes here, aren't exposed to. Things related to blast overpressures, so was mentioned of the 160th SOAR earlier, and the rockets that are propelled from those helicopters on a regular basis. We have shoulder mounted maintenance, and then we also have thousands of rounds of small arms munition fired daily in some of these populations in their training environments. And what is the cumulative toll of all of those exposures on their brain health, their neurological health moving on throughout their careers? A quick aside for those who are unfamiliar, but the UNC system writ large has an agreement in place, a partnership agreement with the United States Army Special Operations Command. It's a very long document that lists out all the expertise that the UNC system can offer to the United States Army Special Ops community, and it's opened the doors to a lot of really solid partnerships across the system. Quite fortunately, anything related to brain health or human performance or optimization tends to trickle down to our research center here on campus, and we're very honored to be partnering with USASOC in those efforts. As an expansion of the work we had been doing, there was a congressional appropriation that was inserted into the defense spending bill for fiscal year 22 by Congressman Price at the time to expand the work that we had been doing with our Tier 1 units into other forces that are headquartered here within the state, and that appropriation was to the tune of $4 million of federal dollars to support the expansion. It's no surprise there is interest in wanting to expand our work into the state. Here's a state map with all of the different branches and installations that are located here. We are a very military-friendly state, as you all know, and I think all the preceding speakers highlighted the value of those partnerships and those relationships that take place here within our state. So part of what we wanted to work with in our special operations community was just taking a snapshot of what they look like when they come out of their training pipeline. Now, these are individuals that have served at this point for the better part of 8 to 10 years. They're coming out of a training pipeline, the average age of about 30 years old. They're battle-hardened individuals, and they're at the peak of their careers. And we wanted to capture them at what we call baseline, so coming out of that training pipeline. And then as we start to look at some of those preliminary data, we realize those that have a history of brain injury are actually showing signs of decline in performance and brain health compared to those that are coming out in a perhaps more healthy state. That informed the special operations community to establish a program they call internally Evolution, or EvoPro, the Evolution program. And that program takes a team offline for a period of about a week, provides them a head-to-toe evaluation, mental health, physical, spiritual, musculoskeletal, and so on and so forth, and identifies areas where those individuals can be intervened on mid-career. The goal is to keep those individuals in the building, in the fight, as long as possible. By the time they come to see us at baseline, the U.S. government has invested almost $2 million per soldier to get them to that point. It is not an investment that they want to lose easily. They do not have the privilege and the ability, like an 82nd Airborne, to have a sustainment brigade where if someone gets injured, they can call someone in to readily replace them. It takes about 2 years to immediately replace one of these team members. So the investment in keeping them healthy and keeping them in the building is one that they want to maintain. Pardon me, that's my phone ringing over there. When we look at the data at those individuals coming out of baseline, all the way to that mid-career check, if you will, most of the deficits we see fall into the mental health space. So all those red bars you see under psych function, there's some functional movement issues, and all the yellows are showing downward declines in performance. And so this is in the first 5 years of their service, coming out of a training program where they're at the highest performing kind of peak military operation status that they can possibly be in. When we look at that mid-career time point, we realize there is decline. We started to extend that timeline into what these individuals look like towards the end of their career and into retirement. And you can see that those decreases just continue and now extend well beyond the mental health, but are now starting to affect things like functional balance, functional movement. There's issues related to audiology and vestibular function. And things that they were doing really well as far as their day-to-day performance on reaction time and precision are now starting to show downward decline. That is a major issue to the performance and the optimization of these individuals. And so we started realizing that as these individuals approach retirement, they do degrade, they do deteriorate, and there's probably a worse outcome for individuals that aren't as supported as the groups that we are working with elsewhere in the military, Marine Corps, and so on and so forth. And so we really wanted to endeavor to study this population, but more importantly, find out ways to help them. As that timing and those discoveries started to take place, it aligned with an opportunity in the last capital campaign, as Mike Andresen said earlier, to work with private philanthropy to establish the THRIVE program. THRIVE standing for Transforming Health and Resilience in Veterans. And that THRIVE program was initiated on this $12.5 million major gift, of which the institution was expected to kind of contribute to as well from a long-term sustainability plan. So what the gift allowed us to do was take a College of Arts and Sciences department and a research center within that department and extend its core mission from research and education to also including clinical practice, making it a really novel program within the campus ecosystem, because it's a program that doesn't reside in the School of Medicine unit, yet it is still a medical program. The benefit to it is it allows us to partner as an institution with our healthcare system, UNC Health, and really deliver on a valuable program that gives back to veterans and first responders. The core ethos of this program is recognizing the link between brain injury, post-traumatic stress, and veteran suicide. And those two conditions, TBI and post-traumatic stress, are the two leading comorbidities that lead to individuals committing suicide. When we look at the numbers, there are more than 20 veterans a day that commit suicide. There's 15% of all suicides in this country are coming from only 5% of the population, which is a staggering disconnect. And if we look at the quote from Tom Satterley at the All Secure Foundation, he says, terrorists have not been as effective at killing American soldiers as PTSD. In fact, just the yearly suicide rate, the number of veterans who commit suicide every year exceeds the combat-related deaths over 20 years on the global war of terror, which is a staggering number when you think about it. The suicide rate for the U.S. population has remained fairly stable over the last 20 years. You can see that from the horizontal bar here. Veterans without brain injury are at a threefold risk of committing suicide, and veterans with brain injury or with a history of brain injury are at a 4.5-fold risk of committing suicide. So there's clearly something about these injuries and the things that follow these injuries that lead that may lead individuals to making a decision on suicide, which we absolutely don't want them to consider. So some of the program uniqueness, again, was established through a gift in the capital campaign. The gift reduces all barriers to care. So if an individual is honorably discharged or less than honorably discharged, has no bearing on their standing in our program. They can come as long as they served. If they have insurance, we'll certainly bill it and try and recoup what we can as part of our sustainability plan, but if they don't, it is not a barrier to access. If they wish to pay their own travel, they certainly can. We won't say no, but the gift allows us to cover those expenses as well. So there truly is no barrier to these individuals, and when they leave our program, they don't receive a medical bill. All of it is covered through the gift. We saw our first patient in 2022, so we were about 3 years into it. As of now, again, just the program, the way it's located within the campus ecosystem is we have a partnership with UNC Health through their physician network or now medical group. We have a partnership, obviously, with the university. We're an entity within the UNC ecosystem. And then we also have a partnership with our donors, which is the Avalon Action Alliance, who has funded 5 other programs like this across the country. And what that allows us to do is allows us to run a very lean operation and pursue things within the hiring and the HR process, for example, where there might be one barrier in one of the entities but a lower barrier in the other. And because of these dotted lines, we can navigate across those entities and hire and achieve the outcomes that we want to achieve. The program is a multi-stage program, so the very first step is a very comprehensive evaluation. The veterans or first responders, and we're working with active duty service members as well, are invited to come to Chapel Hill. They spend 3 days here with us and our clinical team, and it starts off with a kickoff interview, or what we call a fishbowl. And that veteran is in the conference room with every single specialist that they will see over the next 3 days. They share their story once, They don't have to share it and waste half of their appointment time 12 or 13 times over the next 3 days. All of our clinical staff has access to their medical records before that session, so they're able to ask follow-up questions. And not only that, it allows them to focus the evaluation that they will have individually with the patient when they are seen over the next few days, but it allows every other clinician to also know what the other colleagues are looking at as far as that participant goes. They'll see upwards of 12 subspecialties in 3 days. If they do this in a VA system, it would take them 3.5 years. If they do it within a UNC Health civilian system, probably take them 18 to 24 months. So they're able to see a lot of experts in a really short period of time, which is fantastic. And at the end of it, there are usually 3 outcomes. We have the veteran who's very healthy, mid-50s, early 60s, suffering from what people in their mid-50s and early 60s suffer from, but we're able to tell them it's not because you served, it's just because you're aging and people's bodies change over time. And so they've been hearing the narrative in the newspapers, they've been hearing the narrative in the movies and the documentaries that because they served, they must be broken, and if they're feeling the way they are, and it's not the same way they were when they were 25, then it must be them breaking. And that's not the case. So I would say about 1/3 of our participants get the good bill of health and they move on, and they're very pleased with their interaction with us. Another third of the patients coming through the program may have 1 or 2 very focal issues. They might have an audiology issue, or a vestibular PT issue, or maybe even a mental health issue, and we could curate their care plan not to necessarily come back to us, but wherever they are from. And we could, our case managers are fantastic with making sure that they're coordinating care for those individuals, whether that's on the East Coast of North Carolina or whether it's from Texas where they're from. So we're able to work with them. And then unfortunately, 1/3 of our participants come in who have multi-system issues, a lot of mental health issues, a lot of physical issues, and those are the individuals that we invite to join us for a 3-week intensive outpatient program, again, here in Chapel Hill. And during that treatment program, which we just recently secured a $7.5 million grant in partnership with the Medical College of Wisconsin to study definitively through a clinical trial, but our current clinical program involves all of those subspecialists who are now going to take their evaluation hats off and put their treatment hats on, but then we also include a number of ancillary treatments related to acupuncture, yoga, mindfulness, massage. We have equine therapy. We have expressive art therapy that's built into our mental health programming as well. And very importantly, towards the end of that 3-week window, we invite spouses and partners and children to join them through some of their sessions so that they can learn some of the changes that they can expect through their spouse or their partner, their parent or grandparent. Following that intensive outpatient program, we have a very brief ceremony that we have. It is an endowed ceremony by the Knott family and a pledge to endow that over the next 10 years. And that bridging ceremony is not really graduation because it's not an end of our program, but it's an opportunity for them to share with their cohorts as well as the clinicians that provided them care, kind of some closure on their experience with us here in Chapel Hill, but it's also the bridge towards making sure that our case managers are following up with them for a period of at least 1 year following their stay with us to ensure that the tools and resources that we've provided to them are tools and resources that they still have access to for their sustained care and treatment moving forward. To date, we've seen over 350 veterans and first responders in this program. If you look at the map, the solid blue there, the 221 in North Carolina, no surprise there. If you look at the 4 states combined between North, South Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee, we have 2 million veterans that reside in that area. To use a military term, it's a very target-rich environment. And so most of our cohort comes to us from those 4 states, but we've also had people from across the United States attend. In fact, we had one that lives 2 blocks away from one of the other programs, but heard such great things about ours that they wanted to come to ours instead. I'm not casting shade on the other programs. I'm sure there's folks that live 2 blocks from here that have heard about the other programs through their colleagues and have gone there as well. So it's a unified alliance of programs, and we all work really closely together. If you look at the distribution of the branches, if you were to take this pie chart and apply the population of active duty service members, the pie chart would look almost nearly identical to what you're seeing here. So a very good representation of our veteran population and a good representation of that population across the various branches. So at the end of the day, they answered our call. I'm very pleased and humbled that I could kind of take my research geek hat off every now and then and throw on the clinical hat and have a program like this that really answers theirs. And would like to thank the Chancellor Roberts for his support, and to Mike and the development team. I'm learning more and more as we go through this endeavor that it takes a lot of private money to run a public institution and its program. So I appreciate the development team and their support on this as well. And on behalf of my research team and my clinical team, thank you to the board and for this opportunity to present to you.
Thank you, Dr. Michalik, for being here today and for your service to our veterans as well. Does anyone have any questions? I have a quick question.
Sure.
How, I mean, given the number of successful suicides that are in the veteran population, how do we take a program like yours to scale so that we can treat more service members?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and scaling and sustainability is quite the topic of our discussions with the development team. I think it's multi-pronged. I think there's certainly going to be the need for some philanthropic support. I suspect that we'll get to a point where we'll need to rely on that a lot less. I think our clinical trial that we're about to endeavor on will establish the efficacy and the durability of this type of a treatment for these types of problems. That will feed into reimbursement rates being increased by the insurance policies and companies. I answered a question earlier in the hallway. Our largest referral is the VA. Our lowest payer is the VA. And so we need to fix that disconnect. And a lot of that has to do with simply the referral processes. And I mentioned it would take upwards of 3 years to see all of these specialists. And that's because a primary care physician in the VA cannot check off 12 boxes and make those 12 referrals. They can only make one at a time. And so they'll make a referral for neurology, for example, and they have to wait for that patient to go see neurology and come back to them before they can make the next referral. And that whole process and how it ties to billing really hampers an ability for us to collect what we should probably collect. But the VA loves us because we return to them a much better patient. So we see ourselves as a force multiplier. I think insurance billing certainly is part of that sustainability piece. In large respects, our program is very much like an executive health program, with the amount of time that the clinicians spend with our participants. And during their downtime, we're doing a really good job of opening the Thrive program to being a provider to the community as well for children and for athletes who have concussion and other types of TBI issues. Our athletes at UNC, for example, if they escalate to a need of needing a neuropsychologist, sometimes that referral within our School of Medicine might take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. In our clinic, if they were to schedule in our clinic, that might be 4 to 6 days. So we're able to kind of open sub-clinics within our subspecialties, kind of close in some of their free time to offer services to the community writ large. And so that'll be a revenue generator that we're considering. As we increase square footage, a little plug there, maybe as you're looking at buildings, Nate, he's not here anyway. But as we're looking at enhancing square footage, that would allow us to enhance the number of clinicians we have, which would open up the opportunity for more public-facing clinical work. And right now we are, we're mid-November, we're booking evaluations in the Thrive program in April. So that 6-month wait is not one that I'm happy about because of why we need the program, but at the same time, it's demonstrating a very strong demand signal for a program like this. And I can't think of a better place than Carolina to provide it. You're welcome.
Trustee Pryor.
Just for the sake of understanding the scale, roughly how many of the operators have been through the comprehensive 3-day evaluation program? Just hundreds, thousands?
Yeah, so let's look at it. I'll answer that question in 2 ways. On the research side, through the research partnership that we've had with USASOC since 2012, we've evaluated probably about 800 individuals through our research program. The research program has a number of kind of multi-system data collection points, but is not as robust as the clinical program that we are doing with Thrive. I would say that of the 350, I would say maybe 30% of those come from the Special Forces, Special Operations community. We're a trusted entity. We've been working with them on the research side for over a decade. Our Chief Medical Officer, Sean Kane, who's in family medicine, 27-year Army veteran who was a command surgeon for USASOC. So they know that they're going to come and see people that understand them. And so we're seeing more and more of those individuals. In fact, we were approached by folks in the psychiatry command within USASOC about a month ago to establish a program like this, or an abbreviated version, to get soldiers in, treated, and back to the fight, which is a time frame we had not considered when we initially started this program. So we're excited to see what that looks like in partnership with them.
For what it's worth, I just want to add that, we sometimes get accustomed to the name, and Matthew Gefeller was a scout in Winston-Salem, and a buddy of mine was his longtime scoutmaster. Great young man.
He was a great
Tragic.
young man. Yeah, very.
In order to raise money to scale, are you going to professional athletes for revenue sources such as football, auto racing?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's off the table. I would defer to Mike and Collins in the college dev office to kind of give more details on those specific asks, but we're in the process of kind of retooling the approach to fundraising for this program, and so nothing's off the table. We have been in contact on the research side with those populations previously with some success, and so we'll certainly leverage it. Again, the program is kind of geared currently to veterans and first responders through this kind of Thrive program, but nothing is preventing us from having a donor who's very excited about that idea in a civilian athlete population kind of come in and help establish clinical resources to support a program like that for more of a civilian population. So nothing's off the table really from that standpoint, but if you're looking for specific asks and who and how much, that would be a Mike question.
Just quickly, we're doing a complete reboot of our approach to fundraising on this. We actually had a pretty formalized proposal ready to go to the NFL 2 years ago, and then it didn't happen for a variety of reasons. So it's an interesting question now about which lane we might choose, but we're very confident that the work that they're doing will be widely supported. We just got to get the word out and identify those donors.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
With that, I don't believe we have any other updates for open session. We don't have any closed session items that I'm aware of, so we should be able to adjourn. Thank you very much.